and the region. Our big mama is here with us. Yes. So before we start, we introduce ourselves. And we also introduce themselves. But we all know that the message we received. Today we are having a training on capacity building to strengthen drugs and therapeutic committee in our facilities. So we have beautiful stories to tell us. And then we also have beautiful stories to tell us. So without wasting time, we'll start with our clinical coordinator.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm the senior physician specialist here and the head of clinical services.
James Hamza Abdullah, physician assistant. Shai Osu Doku.
Maybe so owner, quality manager.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shai Osu Doku, pharmacist, Ghana Health Service.
My name is Mrs. Brown, the quality improvement coordinator as well as the research coordinator at the facility.
My name is pharmacist.
So I'm Gabriel from IHE Project. Logistics.
I'm Mary Eke from IHP Project School. I'm a pharmacist.
Edna Nash, pharmacist, and I have service and I'm Vivian Edna Chief Nurse and Delivery Officer of Seven Law Nationality. Thank you.
From the country.
I'm Emmanuel Osu, pharmacist at Ghana Health Service Headquarters.
I'm happy that as my pharmacist, Shai Osu Doku District Hospital. Thank you all very much. So, then we all have the agenda right. We are supposed to be 22, but unfortunately, the other program, crashing program, and two of our members who are not with us, Chief Nursing Officer and the Head of Finance, they are supposed to be part of us, but they are all under the weather, so they will not be able to join us. Director is on his way. He says in one town, the other hospital. He needs to refer a case to the oncology clinic at Koliko, but he will join us very soon. So in that case, our Honorable CC will give us a welcome and the opening remarks.
Let's start.
Dr. Smart is putting me on the spot. But once again, I want to welcome all of us to this very important workshop. As we've said, we have dignitaries from headquarters in the region. The fact that they've come all the way here means that this trip is extremely important for our practice. So, as you know, we've been functioning as a DTC, but for every work that you are given, it's important that time and time you have some form of training so that you can improve. In all our fields of study, we have what we call continuous professional development. And the main aim of that is for us to be able to do things better, see how we are doing and what we can do better. So I want all of us to participate very well, contribute very well, and give our rapt attention as we go through this training. Thank you very much.
To receive your Ready? Never ready. So the next on our agenda is objective of the workshop. Greatest. IHP. Please, IHP. That way you okay. Madam IHP. Welcome, your letter.
You're welcome. Good morning to us all once again. Good morning. I bring you greetings from the Integrated Health Partnership Project, also known as Project Hope. How many of us have heard about Project Hope? And when you hear about Project Hope, what comes to mind? Someone says Donald Trump. What comes to mind when you hear about Project? Great. And what again? All right. So Project Hope used to be a USAID supported project, but we all know USAID is no more. We had a stop work order last year, and majority of the projects were cancelled. But fortunately for Project Hope, it was restored. And probably maybe because Project Hope is into maternal, newborn, and child health. So Project Hope supports countries when it comes to maternal, newborn, and child health. And I think with this, when it comes to maternal health especially, everybody can be touched. So Donald Trump's heart was touched when it came to maternal and child health issues. So the project was restored and the funding keeps coming. So the funding comes for us to help strengthen our own health system in our country. So this morning we thought it wise that why don't we channel some of this funding into strengthening the system on antimicrobial resistance issue through the GTC teams in our various facilities. So that is why we are here this morning. And we thank you all for accepting to be part of this training. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam IHP. Please, we have a Papa in our midst, in the person of Dr. Alexander Aji. So let's welcome him. It's not easy to have the whole Ghana Health Service and regional directorate representative in our midst today, led by our special father, Dr. Dominic Otri, who is the Director of Pharmaceutical Services in Ghana Health Service, the headquarters. Now, Director, please, you are welcome.
Thank you.
Kindly take us through the objective of the workshop. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning to us all.
Good morning.
Let me begin by extending greetings from the Director General of Ghana Service, Professor Kadatoria, to this very meeting, and also from Dr. Clayton, who is a newly past Director of this institution. Interestingly, this is the first time I'm entering the Shai Osu Doku district hospital. And I'm not surprised that the president among all hospitals decided to launch the free primary healthcare from this facility. I'm really impressed with this. However, I'm also new to Shai Osu Doku as a district because I grew up in the Osu Doku part of the district. After I had my primary education, secondary finishing. After I finished residence, and that's the district entirely. It used to be Danbury East. Danbury East. And I came for my national service postings from the district office of the NHS, NSS, as far back as 91, after I finished this form. Several years ago. So I know the district very, very well. And the district has seen dramatic improvement. You know what I see, where they feel the building and if the government finishes a good network, I think it's one of the best districts so far. So I'm very happy to be here this morning. Interestingly, the clinical care coordinators made my work very simple. It was complex, but it's very simple. Because he said that the reason for headquarters and the regional head to come all the way to the hospital to conduct this capacity building workshop gives credence to the fact that the exercise is so dear to the heart of the service. Because mostly what headquarters does is that they normally enter the regional level. For them to move all the way to the district and also to the hospital level, it tells you that the exercise is so dear to their hearts. And it all borders on the growing global concern about the increase in the incidence and spread of antimicrobial resistance amongst previously susceptible pathogens or microbes. I think we all know, for those of us who are here, we all know that in spite of the fact that the world has made tremendous advances when it comes to the introduction of vaccines to prevent some of these infectious diseases, yet still antimicrobial medicines or antimicrobial agents or antibiotics still remain life-saving medicines. In fact, they don't have any substitute for now in sight. So if the medicine that we use in treating these microbes or pathogens increasingly develop resistance, then it's really a cause for concern. Not only to us, but to the whole world. Interestingly, AMR, or antimicrobial resistance, poses a global health threat and it has significant economic and security implications. In fact, according to the World Health Organization, it is a threat to both national security and global stability. So that tells you the level to which the WHO sees the rise in antimicrobial resistance globally. And interestingly, all over the world, one of the key drivers of AMR is in the excessive or the inappropriate use of antimicrobial medicines in people. Of course, it's also used in animals as well. Having said this, it's also been realized that hospitals are a very important setting to understand antimicrobial use, because hospitals are places where people that have serious infections are brought to for treatment. It's also been realized that hospitals, as it stands, serve both as the point or the place of origin, as well as a reservoir of highly resistant pathogens, which may later enter into community or other healthcare settings. And there are a number of reasons for that. Among them is the fact that there is a combination of highly susceptible well as intensive and prolonged use of antimicrobial medicines in hospitals. I think the reason why the medical director was late was the fact that he was referring somebody who had what who need to be sent to present it oncology. Of course, once you have that problem, you become highly susceptible to infectious diseases. So hospitals in general have that challenge. And in hospitals, there's also the high tendency for cross-infection, what is referred to as hospital-acquired infection, health-associated infection, or communal infection. And it's also been realized that hospitals serve as the eventual site for treatment of many patients with severe infections due to resistant pathogens acquired in the community. But one of the indicators that the WHO is using now to monitor AMR is the proportion of bloodstream infections that is caused by resistant pathogens. As far back as 1959, a gentleman by name Ellick referred to hospitals as the mecca or the converging point of all truly virulent staphylococci. And he said that back as far back as 1959. So the setting in which we find ourselves is a setting that we need to pay particular attention to infectious diseases, AMR, and the like. So the hospitals are born under the battlefront, or the battlefield where the fight against antimicrobial resistance ought to be good. And that is why we are here this very morning. Interesting, the World Health Organization has been at the forefront of global efforts to combat AMRs as far back as the early 90s. Of course, we all know that you can't go through medical school, nursing school, pharmacy, laboratory, whatever, without hearing anything about antimicrobial resistance. However, in 1998, the WHO now came up with a global agenda to address issues pertaining to antimicrobial resistance. And in 2015, it also developed what is referred to as the Global Action Plan to address antimicrobial resistance globally. This action plan has 5 key objectives, and the objective 4 urge member states to provide stewardship programs that monitor and promote optimization of antimicrobial use at national and local levels in accordance with international standards, in order to ensure the correct choice of medicines at the right dose on the basis of evidence. So all healthcare institutions are expected, amongst other things, to establish antimicrobial stewardship programs within their facilities to ensure that antimicrobial agents are prudently and appropriately utilized. But the more we expose microbes to infections, the more we also develop resistance to the infections. Sadly, it's also been realized that the antibiotic pipeline is running dry. We don't have any concerted effort globally to develop new antimicrobial agents. The last time a major group or a major antibiotic was developed was in 1987. During which time most of us were not born. And now it takes a lot of effort to develop a new molecule. It's been estimated that you require as much as 150 million to 1.5 billion dollars to develop a new molecule when dealing with agents like antimicrobial agents or anti-arthritic agents or agents. It takes that much money, and after about 10 years to do it. So if the pipe is running dry, what it means is that whatever little that we have to make very, very good use of it. This workshop for us is so dear. Most of the times, most workshops of this nature are organized in hotels, isn't it? Yes, where go we? But the fact is, if we were to organize it in hotels, the only problem would have been there would have 3 or 4 in the facility. But we want to educate as many people as possible. That is why we now came to the institution. And we are expecting not less than 15 to 20 people to partake in this very, very workshop. And this workshop is also a cross-functional workshop in the sense that it involves people from many disciplines. I heard of people from nursing background, there are physicians here, there are PAs here. I did your laboratory. Good. And I also heard of people from the quality improvement the committee or team who are here. Good. Accountants, administrators are here. No one accountant here.
Accountant is more work,
Okay.
but the representative will come.
Okay. All right.
Administrator to join this later.
All right, that's good. So we're expecting them. So this is supposed to be a cross-functional workshop, including people from different disciplines. No one group. You're going to hear things like the quadripartite committee, you're going to hear things like the One Health approach, AMR, AMS, AMC. So we are going to discuss a lot of new concepts. And all those things are required to enable us understand the war that the world is waging against the increasing threat of antimicrobial resistance. So on that note, I want to thank all of us for making time to join this workshop. And I want to thank the medical director for also accepting to host us to partake in it, to host us to organize this workshop. Ideally, if the hospital has said they have no time, they want to meet us, we couldn't have come. And I want to thank all the facilitators as well for taking time off their heavy schedule to join us to organize this workshop. On that note, once again, on behalf of the NSS and on my own behalf, I want to welcome us to this very important activity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. The next on our program is field test. share on the platform, so I will scroll down.
Sorry.
Phone be around those who they sign back.
So I'm representing on behalf of in the Shai Osu Doku district hospital. So as a committee, what is our mandate? Is to ensure the safe and effective use of medicines in the hospital, and also to promote rational use of antimicrobials within the facility. So in Shai Osu Doku District Hospital, we have about 22 to 25, depending on other factors. But the main composition is the medical superintendent, who is the head of the BTC committee. The head of pharmacy is the president. The pharmacist is our executive secretary. Then we have the clinical coordinator. We have the chief nursing officer, the head of finance, head of administration, head of health information. We have the procurement and supply officer, which is very key. If not, when we need something urgently, we will not get it. Then the total quality management. They are in charge of the IPC and everything to do with the well-kept facility. Then we have the head of IT. Now we are in the technological era. So if you don't have IT as part of your company, sometimes things become difficult. Then we have of research. This is the only facility in Ghana Health Service that we have research department. So it's not part of us now. We are bigger. But apart from Greater Accra Regional Hospital, this is the only facility that we have a department for research. Then we have all the pharmacies in the facility are part of the BTC committee. Then we have the head of public health, and we have other cocktail members depending on what we want to achieve at a particular time. So what are our core activities? First of all, we do formulary management by selecting safe, effective, and cost-efficient medicines for our institutional use. We review institutional medicine list every month. When we meet we have monthly meetings. So anytime we meet, if there's something we need to discuss, we look at it and review the medicine list. We evaluate requests for new medicines. We know that now there are a lot of pharmaceutical companies coming up. Everyone wants their medicine to be stocked in the facility. So as a committee, when they come, we look at it. The medicines they are promoting, is it good for us? or we just stock it and get it expired. We have other alternatives. We do that analysis before we buy those medications. Then we also do removal of obsolete medicines from the medicine list. When maybe we used to stock a particular medicines and we don't no more use it in the facility, it's prudent for us to remove it from the list and add a new one. Then we do monthly dissemination of the medicine list and drug bulletin to all clinicians. So once we have a clinical coordinator as part of the committee, when we prepare the medicine list and the drug bulletin, we also get a copy and share it on the prescribers or clinicians platform. Here we don't say prescribers, we mention clinicians. That's how we term all our prescribers in the facility. Then we ensure evidence-based medicine selection. We also promote rational use of medicine by conducting monthly REM survey. We don't wait for the 3 months to lump everything. We do it monthly so that in case we see a trend that, especially the antibiotic, if we see the antibiotic prescription or prescribing pattern is going up, we are able to correct it. Sometimes we do prescriber base. Now when we are doing it, we look at the prescriber who is giving the antibiotic so that we can call the prescriber to book. Then we also report on the REM that we disseminate. After the survey, we do a report. Then that report is shared on their platform, the clinicians' platform, and also in the consulting room so that they can look at it. And during clinical meetings and our performance review, we also discuss the findings so that we can all work towards it. Then we conduct training based on REM survey findings. Here we particularly train all newly posted house officers and physician assistants before they start consulting. Then we also do safety monitoring. We track and report other drug reaction to FDA. We don't just report on medication. Anything that we think need to be reported, we do that. It can be the take-away plates or take-away bag that the kitchen has been using. Sometimes you put food with cracks. It's FDA issue, we report. Sometimes the giving sets we receive sometimes from medical stores, leaks, we report on them so that at least we'll talk to those who do the manufacturing to do the right thing. So in this facility, we also have antimicrobial stewardship committee as an ad hoc committee of the duties. And the members are the clinical coordinator, head of pharmacy, head of research, health information, total quality management, laboratory, and we have the doctor who is a microbiologist, is also part of the committee. So what are our responsibilities and activities? We develop institutional infectious disease protocols. We are all guided by the standard treatment protocols. But apart from that, we look at the infectious diseases among the top 10 disease conditions in the hospital. And based on that, we develop a simple guide so that when the house officers come or the physician assistant can bring their orientation, they are taken through these protocols as well as the rational use of medicine guidelines. As I said, we train all the posted house officers. And we monitor antibiotic prescribing pattern within the facility. We audit all antibiotic prescriptions before dispensing them. And as I said earlier, when we do the REM, we see that there's a particular trend or a particular clinician is prescribing antibiotics. We try to find out why, whether the prescriptions are guided by the lab reports. Then we review culture and sensitivity reports from the lab. We also restrict selected antibiotic usage. For example, maternity or obs and gynae used to give ceftriaxone injection as prophylaxis for all CS cases. And as a committee, we thought that it was too high. For prophylaxis, we could use amoxicillin clavulanic acid. And we discussed with the head of obs and gynae, and they agreed. So now that's what we use. Then we also promote and enforce guidelines adherence. We educate prescribers and health team on antimicrobial resistance. And we do health talks in schools and communities. We also conduct operational research. Currently, we are carrying out a research on neonatal sepsis. When that is done, we'll go on to do wound infections. Then we also celebrate World Antimicrobial Resistance Week every year. I think last year we hosted the regional lunch. So these are some of the pictures when we go to the school. This is Ganata, it's a secondary school in Dodowa. And this, when we went, just Form 1s and Form 2s, right? And over 1,600. We started that there was no PA system. So we have to strategically divide ourselves and make it a group so that maybe one person will take one group. And it was interesting because we get a lot of infections from the school, the Ganata school. And during the lunch, this is our picture. The Queen Mother, Dr. Bryson, and our other stakeholders were present. Thank you very much. Any question from head office before we continue?
There are many questions for you. Maybe the team can start now.
Thank you, Dr. Smart, for that excellent presentation. I was hoping to see your RUM data on antimicrobial use. And then again, you mentioned that you have developed infectious disease protocol. May I know what tools you use, what data, what tools you use to develop the protocol?
So I'll do the second one, then my clinical coordinator will help me with the first one. The REM for the first quarter, or let's say last quarter of 2025, we had 41%. So we realized that new house officers had come in. We had not done the training. So first quarter we had 28.89. Then last quarter we had 23.3. We are coming down. But if you look at our top 10 disease conditions, the first one is the second to 8 are all infectious diseases. So for the
So that's what we looked at our top 10 diseases in the facility based on the data that we collect year by year, month by month. And we realized that out of the 10, about 7 of them were infectious diseases. So we decided that we would get a smaller protocol. We developed a smaller protocol from the main standard treatment. But those are the common diseases that you see at the outpatient department. And most of them, or some of them, based on their presentation experience with diseases, determine whether you put them on antibiotics or not. So with that training, we realized that the antibiotic prescription patterns started to decrease after the training. So the protocol was basically developed using the standard treatment guidelines and any new development that had come in during the time that they did the last guidelines. So it wasn't any particular tool that we used, it was just on the STGs.
The STGs are your data on infections.
Yes.
I was hoping you probably, do you have an antibiogram? So it wasn't informed by lab.
No.
No, let me try. Yes. What did I wasn't informed by that?
I was hoping that probably we came up with selected antibiotics based on the susceptibility patterns you've seen in the hospital.
Yeah, but sorry, let me get that. The treatment guideline is based on what sensitivity patterns in our locality. So we adapting that guideline. It's not different from what other guidelines would do, unless we have data to prove that our sensitivity patterns are different from what we get things by the guideline.
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
So it would have been good if we wanted to do research on that. We don't have the money. So to make it conducive for us, then we go by that guideline. And that guideline guides the whole services in Ghana. So when you restrict to that guideline, then that is better. Unless you have money to do research to prove that the guideline data is different from your data, then you can choose your guidelines to be different from what national guidelines. You understand?
Thank you. Well said. I mean, the guideline is what guides all of us, but we encourage facilities to have their own protocol because we differ from facility to facility. Eastern region will differ from northern region, and sensitivity also differs. So going forward, as we go, we will get to know. Whilst the lab collects data over a period, it can be analyzed. It doesn't necessarily need to be a research, but over a period. And that's why I was asking if you have antibiogram. But going forward, we will see how that comes to play.
Thank you. Director, this you wanted.
No, there is. I think I'm in the book. That's what I'm saying is here. Okay, let me also say this. You see, this is supposed to be an in-house meeting within the service. It should be open and then make a discussion. That's all we are here. We're here to learn from you and also as much as we can and also to back up. So let's be open and we should really let's be whatever you say. Please see it. That's what the exercise is going on. So, maybe that is not many questions.
So it's just to commend them for the good work that they are doing, and I'm happy that their ETC team comprises of different professionals, and I think this is what we are expecting to see. And you have a research department, so you don't have that. So I think we have to do more. Because with their, in terms of, as director, your first 8 or 10 top diseases infection. So I think we can do something by researching into it.
No, I think that's what they are doing. They started from the neonatal unit.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we
Yes. Okay.
Neonatal infection.
At least we're able to get to the neonates first.
So,
Adults should not be much of a problem.
problem,
So,
especially the kids.
yes, we've started with the kids. We'll get to when the data is available and we see any other parties. Then we'll do the whole thing.
I think I will commend you for the good work that you are doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so I don't have any questions.
Director, please answer.
Okay.
So on the research, we've been doing researches, not directly under TTC, but individuals do research. Here is a research center for most Ghana Health Service and other things. Most of us did our thesis here. Me, for instance, I did my thesis here on infectious disease. Then we realized that the antibiotic prescription was over 50%. So we tried to find out why that, and when we did the analysis, as we said, top 10. And here you see a lot of UTIs. So educations and other things, and we've talked to train the prescribers, we want to talk to the communities, and that's why we are getting these numbers now, 23. Director was concerned that we didn't make it to 20 or less than 20. And we're telling him that we've tried. don't give antibiotic, they go to another clinician that this one, when you come, they don't give antibiotic. So when I was talking to them at the OPD, that not every infection is antibiotic, especially now that the weather is like this. We are having a lot of respiratory tract infection. That not everything that we need to give antibiotic. And that's why we've gotten 23% now. So we'll continue working hard. Thank you.
Please. And there's another thing that we are doing that I think other facilities should also copy. With them, they don't wait for the team to meet, but I think in between, you cross-check on your antibiotics use, and then again, to when we get new people at the start, you train them. Most when we meet at region and the presentation, the feedback is like the local people and the new ones, but you manage to identify the new ones and you train them. Do you have local people also coming here? We don't have that issue. So it's good. When we get new ones, we need to train them, and as you are saying, also look at the consultants where the prescriptions are coming from. And I think it's something that other people, when we get a bigger problem, we need to share others to also. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so there's the team. Any question? Okay, right.
Oh, we had a question, but it's comment. Like how you doing very well, the penetration was great. I mean, the interventions you are putting in place is showing results. And we realized that, like you said, education and going to the schools, catching them early to get the idea across before they get stuck up in ways that will be very difficult to change. So, all the community for that.
All right. So let's also commend the facility for the good of the you see, first of all, DTCs are difficult to be established and run effectively in most hospitals. I've been to several hospitals, and interesting, that's one committee that most healthcare institutions find so difficult to strengthen and making a very good decision. And I'm very happy that here, if of anything at all, we have a strong DTC in place, and the medical directors, co-chair, secretary. I think all the people are also. I think it's the head of that. Is it?
Yes.
All right, so I want to commend you for that. And like I said, the various interventions that you are putting in place to address, to ensure rationalization of medicines, and also to address antimicrobial resistance in the facility. And most especially the orientation you give to newly posted health staff, definition and so on. It's very important because we have realized every time prescribers come to the institution, once you don't have the protocols in place, they start prescribing those where they are coming and change the whole part. So we thank you for that intervention. I'm also happy with the fact that you have the AMS committee working as a subcommittee of the DTC. We don't have too many committees in the hospital. What for this committee, like for the Elephant Camps committee, no. So the current policy drive in Ghana Health Services is that the AMS should be a subcommittee of the DTC. So this workshop, all that spoke about AMS, but the strategy is to strengthen DTC through AMS, or to address AMS with DTC. Never look at it like, how do you call it? The reverse equation has a conference. So it goes both ways. I want to see a clear relationship between DTC, AMS, and IPC. I'll be very happy if you can talk about that, because these three are interconnected. And you spoke about monitoring antimicrobial prescription patterns. Apart from REA what other parameters do you use in managing antimicrobial prescription patterns in the facility? So that's what I want to say from you.
So the relationship or coordination, AMR is part of a subcommittee of the BTC. So normally we meet quarterly, but that's the standard, quarterly. But every day we have WhatsApp group, so anything we share and we discuss on the platform depending on what we see. So based on our, okay, let me start first. IPC, that's Total Quality Management. It's also heading as IPC. Here we have a strong TQM department. They are the soldiers or the eyes of the hospital. So they also have their committee or things that they do. So the IPC, the training, the going around, if they identify something that AMR needs to know, she is part of the committee, AMR committee. So she brings it along and we discuss and find solution to it. Then whatever decision or agreement or issues we also have, we carry it to BTC. BTC is monthly. Monthly, if we are very tight, here we can be very tight. Since last week, every day, program, yesterday I had to go and do program in Accra, rush down to come and prepare this presentation for today. So sometimes, even if we are tight and there are issues, we do WhatsApp or Zoom meeting. So the director will be driving like 7 o'clock and we are talking. So I'm driving wheelchair. Because we can't wait for maybe a month to address certain things. Here it's like soldiers, so every day you should be on your feet. So that's how we work. So DTC is general, is our mother, but everything is so that everybody can work. And the pharmacists too, all pharmacists are part because we all have different, we have a clinical pharmacist, we have a mental health pharmacist who also does outreach in the community with the department. We have infectious disease specialists, we have focal person for FDA. So they also bring their issues and we all discuss together. So we don't have a lot of committees, but we have things in place to address our issues. Maybe that's why you didn't see it in the presentation. Then
apart from REM, what are that?
To address antibiotic usage from Haiti. Can you help me?
We are learning from you, so please tell us what we can take something out.
Okay, apart from the REM, as I said, we don't wait for the issue maybe a month or 3 months to present a report and start dealing with the issues. When we identify issue, clinical coordinator is there. We talk to clinical coordinator. Like recently, some of the house officers were prescribing Pectrazone 2 grams daily for 5 days. He is the clinical coordinator. So when we identify issues in the pharmacy, we pass it through. So we know the people, because we are using the drinks, we know the people. Then we also put it on the platform for call the clinician who is writing that and they discuss. We have house officers also here who go on the wards. So when they go on the wards,
I was going to say that, like our general ward rounds, like across the various departments, the team includes the pharmacists. So as they go around, they take the treatment sheets and the treatment charts, and they go through. So I think that's also a form of check and monitoring as well.
The pharmacy to use our consumption prices on the antibiotics. When we check our stock level and notice more antibiotics are being issued at the dispensary by the pharmacy, we prompt our DTC.
Also, we have a special box where we keep our antibiotic prescriptions and we review on a weekly basis, so it informs us.
so there's also a policy that before a prescription with antibiotic is dispensed, a pharmacist must review. So although the house officers, they are supposed to be on the ward, they are also at the counter. Because the policy here is that you are clinical, they said they are clinical, but the same doctors who go and review the cases, they finish and sit at the OPD. So once they are in the OPD, when you also finish your ward rounds or ward activities in the morning, they come and join the clinic. So they have the eye to see, because if technician or somebody is there, they can't see what we see. So those are the things we put in place. Thank you very much. So please, we'll proceed with model 2, antimicrobial resistance, the silent pandemic. Please, let's give it.
You didn't give this crowd a program. Good morning. My name is Mariana Sima, and it's supposed to be a very short presentation because what's can I do here? Because I have a few questions, but I think we'll talk about things like medicine, so don't spend too much time. I was noting the work you have done, the conversation around the antibiotic, the reduction in the antibiotic use at home, based on the protocols you have. I was honest to understand what I'm saying, either outside there or within the conversation we'll talk about. This is meant to be a very session. And because all of us here know about AMLs already. So I shouldn't need to define it or say the history or talk about the brief. No, it's part of my what's that word that I'm So I shouldn't stress about all these because we already know them, right? I'll start with when he said in 1987, most of us remember I laughed. I smiled because I'm sure that in 1945, none of you was born. But he said, so I was laughing because I've been here before 1945, so I don't know why he said that. So the greatest, this is Fleming, Alexander, we used to call him Alexa. So I like to discover the penicillin in 1928. I was a young man by then. And then, as early as 1945, why I have this is that because aside from many people think that AMS is a thing of recent, the noise that happened quite recently, but it's been a problem for now. So he said the greatest possibility of people in self-medication is the use of 2 little doses, so that instead of trying the infection, the microbes are able to resist the penicillin, and then the use of the penicillin-fast organisms are bred out, which can be passed on amongst individuals until it gets to one that succumbs to death from the pneumonia. And then the next one, we see that the thoughtless person doing penicillin's treatment is morally responsible for the death of the man who succumbs to infection. Many times, our actions don't affect others in other directly. And if an alcoholic guy crying for maybe 2 days, we move on. But sometimes these are things that we do that, all of us right now, the things that we do that can be a problem. So someone could have started a cascade of BMR and then we can't get it. And more important, because we healthcare providers are what they come to. You mentioned that they would have had antibiotics at home before coming. Don't you also have it before coming as well?
Yeah, it was.
You didn't have any antibiotics yesterday. Show by hands. Yesterday. You didn't have any antibiotics yesterday. Sure.
The food we eat.
Yes.
No, I can't surprise them. But all of us had some antibiotics from the eggs we had, from the fish we had, So the thing is, we might think that, and it was mentioned that was the reservoir for AMR infections. We agree. there's a myth that it's a community problem, but unfortunately, it's a hospital problem. We are the biggest reservoirs. One of our sessions, I watched the study, and then they swapped the toilet seats. I couldn't find one of the toilet seats. They swapped it, then they cultured it. Then they swapped the keyboard of the computer. Which one do you think are more microphones? But that's what we don't look at. All of us use it. And because we clean the seats as often, so that the load was down. That's how complex this problem is. So in definition, all of us know the microbes are getting used to antibiotics we have in their day. One funny comment that people will say is that you have become resistant to the organism, which we know doesn't happen. Only the organism becomes resistant to the microbes, so it doesn't work here. So all of us agree that bacteria, viruses, fungi, parasites are all involved. We've seen resistance in Candida to conazole. The malaria protocols are changing because we've seen some of the resistance recently. Bacteria, all of us were some viruses also. Some factors as a natural phenomenon, it will occur, especially from use. Discover a new molecule of antibiotic today, and if you don't expose it, it doesn't have any resistance. Aside natural resistance, the levels, natural, intermediate, and pseudo resistance, and so on. If you don't expose it, that doesn't happen, essentially. And most of us will think that rational use does not encourage resistance. Unfortunately, rational use also helps resistance. Whether rational or not, it's not about you using it inappropriately. Sometimes, when I was in retail at the time, you think that, if they want antibiotics and they don't have an infection, give it to me because what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Unfortunately, that statement is more powerful amongst the microbes than us. If it doesn't kill the microbes, it makes them stronger, not as necessary. Also because they are side effect profiles in the medication, so it's not a very correct fact. Resistance is highly variable, from 0 to 100 within our treatment lines. And the lab experts understand this more. When you look at surveillance data, you pick Cipro against them. You pick a number of them, Cipro, nitrofurantoin, Septrin against your, say, E. coli. You see, it's variable resistance. Maybe 70% for one of them, 62%, 50%. So it's variable. It's not like a one for all. I spoke about use being critical variable. So then, and across service sector, we agree food, agriculture, water, everything. It's involved. Why we call it the silent pandemic? Very easy. All of us remember the noise about COVID. The announcers of to us that it was coming. Same with Ebola and a few other outbreaks. But this one is what many people do not. You cannot see. You won't announce yourself. I can't say it wouldn't, but it hasn't announced itself yet, so it's still a silent one. And it's plaguing us. 2021, 1.14 people died from direct and bacterial infection, AMR infections. And then 4.27 million globally. And then if care is not taken, it becomes a big problem. And we'll see why in the subsequent slides. So there's no single outbreak moment. And it doesn't need a passport to travel. In the beginning when there was a COVID, someone called it the Chinese virus. We thought it was only from China. At a point where we were so sure that if COVID got to Africa, everybody was going to die. All of us know how that went then. So the history, 1920, the discovery of penicillin, and some activity over the period. Now, I wanted to show the emergence of the discovery of antibiotics as against the emergence. I'm not sure you can see it. Can you? Amazing. I can see it. I don't know what it is. You see it? Oh, yeah, I can see it. But yes, I was just trying to show the emergence. You can see a lot of activity from early 1980s. About 1962, so antibiotics, all the aminoglycosides and fluoroquinolones, all of them classes, the cephalosporins, the meropenems, the lipoproteins and all, when that's, I see there's no activity from here. Right. The activity on the AMR side continues into 2000s. Right. Now, our biggest challenge is that we're not having a lot of new antibiotics. Actually, in the last 40 years plus, there's been no new class of antibiotics. And the success of modern medicine lies in antibiotics, not just for communicable diseases, even non-communicable diseases, in surgery, chemotherapy, medical prophylaxis. All of us get used to antibiotics. So if we're not getting, we have a finite amount of antibiotics, essentially. And if AMR is more, it means that that's one of the schools. The reason, some of the medications we keep for last resort, for the brothers TB, the fluoroquinolones, fluoxacin, all those antibiotics. When we see them in easy, like regular parts, it should be challenging because we've established that then the use of antibiotics will encourage whether rational or irrational. I have a story I'll see about in about 2019. One of our staff, admin actually, example, had a baby that went to Nico. To the point the baby arrives at the airport and goes to Nico immediately. So very exposed to anything. And then how I got to know was that, at that time, this is a corpus sensitivity results. Everything you can think of is resistance. Everything. Whatever you want to think, I can assure you. There's only one linezolid. You have linezolid here?
No.
You see, so imagine it was your baby. You had to get it from commerce. You had to fly it in that time. Fortunately, they could afford it. But that means that even we are also can be patient with some of these things. So you can't assume that it was a community problem. People say, a drugstore is inside the place. Fortunately, that was about 7 years now. We thank God we're able to save the patient, but that's just one of many cases I've seen when it comes to some of these things. It's not just about that sometimes the ones that are sensitive to the particular microbe are not friendly for the patient. One time, another one came up, right? So I stopped there. But that one actually, I stopped the registration because I was uncomfortable giving that to the unit, right? And I asked the lab, a private lab, very popular lab that all of you know. Very popular. Very popular. So then we send the labs back, and I think there's a lot at the facility. With the lab, I don't know if they don't take it. Sometimes they take it, we got like better results for, we got like a more friendly antibiotic. What I'm saying is that sometimes the ones that are available to use are not friendly for us. As a pharmacist, if the lab comes in, the quality comes in, it's all resistant. And I have no business over there, but what I have on my shop is one. Then it renders me also obsolete. I'm going to show you the forage. So the last 40 years, no new antibiotics. We have other new medications like weight loss medication. We have the sets and answers for money. But the point is we're not getting any antibiotics. Writers spoke about what goes into drug discovery that farmers do lab issues. It takes about 10 years to it takes about $10 billion and all this. For a molecule to be discovered. And that doesn't mean that once it's there, we use it forever. Look at the story of thalidomide. If it was you that discovered it after all the years, you'll be very pleased with it. So it's a very cumbersome space, but we try. The idea was to set a tone for today's training, and then my colleagues who it's a continuum of learning together. For most of it, refreshes, but of course, continuous education is what we're trying to do. Why we worry about the AMR, high morbidity and mortality. People die from the infections. People stay at the hospital for longer. That's an economic burden also. There are fewer treatment options. I think we spoke about that before. I also mentioned the last resort of medications. Who can compare the side effects of it? If you have taken content for before, if you compare to Cipro, which one was worse? Or you haven't taken those before? The worst is you see the newer ones have the more, sometimes when you say, oh, patient, kindly complete your simple medication, in my heart, I know it's difficult, come on. The last time I tried it, that was before, that was maybe secondary school or so, or before, that's before I went to I took 2. I stopped. And before the day I was done, like, I graduated because I couldn't. I mean, it was terrible. That was that time. I don't think it's changed now. I'm not going to try, but that's the problem now. You see, so as opposed to being able to use things like ampicillin and all that could have done it. When you compare data from treatment guidelines across, maybe the UK, Ghana, you realize that some of the things that we consider obsolete are very active. Very active. Yes. So it means that we've done something that has cost us to do that. So in our discussions, we'll talk about these things. In our experience, we're having to see different challenges for whatever at every facility. You mentioned about continuous training. High turnover is, it's everywhere essential. You get there has to be a proper action plan that now fits, that has a training. But yes, there's a conversation about financial or funding. We'll get to those cases and go for it. So they are more expensive when you compare simple to level is more expensive. Trying to other people transmission, we spoke about it, and the use of broad spectrum. That 2-gram capitalism start be everywhere. We're trying. We're trying, but broad spectrums encourage colonization. Broad spectrum also long duration of therapy to encourage colonization of the air manufacturing. We're hoping these things will help the behavior change, especially. Now the problem in Africa, Africa it's a global problem, so and Ghana is a hotspot for AMR actually. We're becoming very popular in so many things. There's cocoa, there's gold, there's some Afro music, and then there's Galamsey also, and also AMR. So we're putting ourselves on the map for so many reasons. But the reporting is poor in Ghana is the challenge. And we see that in the action plan, how to fix some of these things. So I was saying that started from before, right? I also mentioned 1990 is the World Health Assembly. Yeah, 98 people were watching World Cup, some people were doing the thing for AMR. Then the strategy was developed 2001. 2015 was a major decision making area, right? We see that also in the subsequent slides. And then over the time, we've had like the pockets of them. That's the richest attempt to address them. Now the strategy, the framework. The idea was just to slow the emergence of AMR, and then the approaches were to reduce disease burden and the spread of infection, improve access. We see access also today and tomorrow. Improve the use is very important because if we agree that it's a finite amount of antibiotics, then we safeguard what we have to keep them effective for as long as possible. Strengthen health systems and their surveillance capabilities, enforce regulation and legislation. The action plan is broad. It doesn't cover, we're not the only components in action plan. But what I say, sometimes people are like, also, if we do this at the hospital, what happens at community? We'll start from somewhere. If all of us can control what's supposed to control, the work should be done. You can't not have poor items at the hospital. We see that one of the borders will porous that poor quality antibiotics and the system. You have a career area. Right, so we should just control what we can, and we hope that FDA does whatever they could. The ports also do whatever they could, and then small, we'll get there. And encourage development of new drugs. I'm laughing because we'll encourage them anyway, So the strategies amongst patients, like I said, healthcare professionals, healthcare and government. So patients, we do education as healthcare providers. You discourage self-medication. You encourage that they seek healthcare as soon as possible. Sometimes they price before they come. If I go to Shai Osu Doku, but they are beautiful edifices, will charge me plenty. But who knows, it might not be as much. You encourage even using them on insurances, vaccination, that's what we can do for them. Healthcare professionals, this is one of them, the educational people to share information, guidelines and all those things. Healthcare facilities, IPC, is another thing that we do especially because professional is an kiosk. So I mean, if we can cut down the medication, we won't need to use antibiotics. So government will need for government to do their policies and all those things. The Global Action Plan, I'm sure all of us have seen it before. It's a very small document, about 28 pages, but the summary of it is the 5 objectives. This is the 2015 Global Action Plan. Improve awareness and understanding of AMR through communication and education and training. So that's one of the things we're doing here. All those SBCC things will come inside. I keep saying that the value of attention you cannot undermine. Because I'm sure that all of you here know who you vote for in the next election. There will be a billboard in the election year, a very big one to remind you of who to vote for. MTN is a very big one, Telecel has one, and you know the network they are using. So the point is that we're trying to remind you that, oh, this is a problem that's always there. So do not forget about it. So we encourage some of the posters. I mean, you have EMS t-shirts. You have EMS t-shirts. You should have one of them today so that.
Today we are wearing hepatitis.
Oh, okay. You see, yeah. Nice one. So, strengthen knowledge through surveillance and research. You see that? Also, very important. That will cover the amount of surveillance and also consumption of surveillance and use of that antibiotics. Reduce incidence of infection, IPC, in the WASH programs. Optimize the use. That's where guidelines are being encouraged and all those things. The antibiotic and all going into surveillance and also that one. Ensure sustainable investment. So you want to make an economic case sometimes. We're talking about research. I know some facilities for sure. When they started AMX programs, a lot of people jumped in support. Pfizer had a spider program, they did the capacity building program, certain facilities, just because they are started the AMX program. So I'm sure when you afford yourself some flexibility also, they're able to make a key to some of those things to support the programs going forward. 2015, the member states were tasked to design their own action plan in 2 years. And Ghana was one of those which I know you have seen already. Have you not? Silence gives consent, you have seen. So it was based on it's a 5-year plan based on the Global Action Plan. We want to align everything to the Global Action Plan. Understand everything, it helps. So that has been there's been challenges. I mean, even globally, it's not just for Ghana, even the member states involved, not all of them are always probably implemented, although they designed some of the things. Right. So this passed, and then came the new one. Earlier this year, about January, they met again because that was a 5-year plan. So the new one is a 10-year plan. I mean, they learned from the experience and the old one. There were some gains. We talk about the capacity building from awareness creation campaigns and all those ones, and then laboratory capacity building. I can also see that there are some Ghanaian facilities that got funding to establish microbial labs. Who didn't have before? Going forward, we'll see the relevance of microbial and air, because you can barely do it if you don't have microbial capacity. So some people got some support for those ones. The goal was to preserve the ability to treat human, animal, and plant diseases. Right? One of the major things in the new action plan is the quadripartite organizations. Sometimes you pronounce the word based on what school you went to. I was in government school, so pardon me for some of these things. Of course, WHO, FAO, UNEP, and then the WA. That's so Food and Agri Organization, World Organization Animal Health, and then the environmental people are all parts of this one. So that's the one health approach. So what you didn't see in the old one is now there's a lot of condition around those things, one health approach. Because also I won't say too much because my colleagues will talk about it. Otherwise, I'm I mean, all of us are involved. Animal, plants, especially because of the use of these things. Environment, especially because of disposal. You'll be shocked how people dispose their medications at home. It goes into people's sinks, and it's exposed to the environment. And the microbes, and when they go for AGM in the gutters, they pick up some of those things. They can't be stressors. So now the targets by 2030, something has to be done. But then the target is that 10% reduction in air mass in deaths, which I think is fair. We should be thinking of probably 100%. But what do you want to sacrifice to air mass deaths? Right. Reduce the use of the grid. I think it was projected that if nothing was done by 2030, the use in a ratio in about 30% increase. And that's a big problem. Not just food and agri, also veterinary farmers. Your food, they give them antibiotics. And it's the same thing that we have cycling, it's just like all this now we also do. It becomes a problem. And minimize pollution of microbes in the environment to the better disposal of their antibiotics. So then it brought 6 new objectives. And it's just similar. One of the biggest difference will be the focus on multi-sectoral governance, especially because of the new 4 people approach with the one health approach to build at close level. So it's about the same objectives. This is the document on there. It's free and it's accessible to everybody. You don't have to pay anything. If you pay me, I can still give it to you. Otherwise, it's supposed to be free. Some of our key takeaways from this is that it's a natural process. It's good, accelerated by use. If there was no use, or no air, the best way to address the use problem is the IDC. That's why they're like brothers or first cousins. You can't have a proper AMS program without an IDC. The burden is already historic. I didn't mention that it was projected if nothing was done right, we were supposed to lose about 39 million people. I haven't seen the list, so I can assure you there's not part of it. But I can hope that you join us in the fight to fix the problem. When the COVID list came, and we didn't know who was part. We're there, we were checking. I remember I used to keep a fragrance in the car, so I check it, can I smell? To make sure that I don't have COVID. That happens. And the global response has matured over the period, but there are some gaps, there are some problems. The dynamics with the environment was not really quantified. I mentioned that about only 10% of funding to implement the action plan. And if you are one of the people that didn't know the Ghana action plan, it speaks to this one that they didn't go as far because some things to push the program. So we're hoping that the next 10 years, proper work will be done. And the targets are clearer now, so we're able to measure them and see that we're making progress on it. Because it's funny how we're doing something and then not so much. I know the PPS why. The global PPS. You are not doing it. Okay, so I'll leave that for tomorrow. I'm asking because you are talking about progress from AMS, but sometimes you can see those ones in those audits. You're able to measure and see how we're making progress. And you want to bring them often because, you see, although this has been for the last 5 years action plan, there's been dips in certain indicators. And for the facilities that have been doing the audits, the PPS and all those things, you realize although you have started AMS programs, at some point you dip in certain, let's say, guideline compliance. Your first baseline is expected to be not so good. That happens to everybody because very easily you assume that you are doing all the work, but you don't know that your other colleague is not doing it as much. People can be just doing vibes in settings. So we use these things to catch. You see, because you be doing trainings to address your high turnover, it affords you to also identify gaps to train, to focus on the training. All the documentation issues around those supposed to know. So I think I should have a thank you slide somewhere. Thank you for all I didn't ask you questions, so please don't ask me questions. If you are not taking
Please, let's give it to you.
So they are experts.
Thank you.
I will talk about no question. If somebody makes a presentation, you don't ask a question. It means either you understood the whole thing or you don't understand at all. What will happen? If somebody makes a presentation and you don't ask a question, it means you understood the whole thing. Or you don't understand anything at all. So, where are we? Maybe it means that we understood everything. We understood everything.
So we have a break. So we'll take the opportunity. Some of us will run briefly to join the other program. So open the program, then we come back.
Thank you
So
very
that
much.
you can also have
So, Dr.
We were giving an overview by our director and office, pharmacy, Dr. Audrey. And we all saw the issue ahead of us when it comes to antimicrobial resistance or its use. In this submission, I think we also mentioned that it is not only among the human species but also plants and what? Animals. And we all attest to it that even now we are having some wild animals as our pets. Isn't it? Yes. Yeah. I don't have a pet, but I've gotten 2 cats and 2 kittens in my house because we are feeding them. They are always with us in the kitchen, hall, even the porch. When you come there, pass the cave and the basket chair, you come and see them lying on it. And I said, hey, listen, you have to be careful whether they are source of what really infection to us. So it is not only about human environment, but also animal and plant species. We also had our gentleman also taking us through the history of antimicrobial resistance. I mean, how antimicrobial usage came into being, the genesis of it, and also the emergence of antimicrobial resistance. And we all heard it. As health professionals, we are guilty of it. As manufacturers, we are guilty of it. And as policy makers, and even that is our regulators, and those who develop policies for us, we are all guilty of it. It's because of our review that has brought us to this stage, isn't it? Yes. I remember when I was a student, even got recruited, we used to call something kusu, the old ones. She was asking whether 1945, some of us were born. We were not born in 1945, but at least we've almost over, how many decades? Almost. No, 3 decades plus. We've been working. So, for that. Yes. What's something kusu? Yes. We have antibiotics too. And then it was chloroquine. Have you taken chloroquine before? Yes. I can see from your face that you don't even know chloroquine. And I'm married. Have you taken chloroquine before? Yes. So we're adding antibiotics to it. We call it kusu. And our clients were happy. We're happy because if they have to spend about 5-6 days, it's like 3 days they are. I nearly had a husband out of this. Should I tell you? Are you interested?
Yes, I'm interested.
Are you interested? Yes. This kusu. I was looking at Azim. From Takrady Hospital, that was those years called the European Hospital. I was transferred to Azim. And assume on the ward, female ward, there was this elderly woman who was on admission. Giving an action, yes. And they think when you give injection that is very strong, painful, then it means yes, it's working. This woman, like the caretaker, see. Who says you don't liberal versus good? You prescribe and other things. So, through that, their brother was outside, the lecturer outside, and this guy also got to know that, oh, there's this nurse, young nurse who attends to the mother, and so he also started calling. But I used to have this great telephone. So, this guy will call to the facility. Not when the guy was interested, but unfortunately, she had 3 kids. Going for somebody with 1 cry is not a challenge. So that's, we were surprised that later I said, I can't do it. So the kusum that we're doing, that has brought us today. So now, we are coming to look at addressing the drivers of antimicrobial resistance. As I said, directors said a lot. Our brother to her also taking us through the strength and then where we are now. So then, how are we going to address those drivers that contribute to antimicrobial resistance? So they said, understand what fuels resistance. Definitely, if you understand what the problems are, you are able to put interventions in place and then deal with it. So when you understand the fuels of resistance and how they're updated, so GAP is what? What is GAP? He said it. My brother said it. What is GAP? Global Action Plan. Because the problem that we are having is a multifaceted issue, we should have one action plan globally, and when we all adhere to it, it will help. And our brother said that it is easy to use and also measurable. So it is something that we shouldn't come at fragmented responses or strategies. Our group is having it, veterinary, we are also having it. When it comes to the health sector, that is for the clinical things, we are also having it. But we should have one global action plan. But depending on your country, you can either adapt something to suit your country. So the GAP is global action plan. When you see it, and I don't mention it before, but as usual, AMR we all know. So the response across all settings. So let's look at the burden of antimicrobial. So we are going to look at the scale of the crisis. As I said, we are now in crisis, isn't it? Yes, globally and even within Ghana or Africa. The scale of the crisis, so why we should understand drivers and then also the appropriate use. Are we using antibiotics appropriately? We will also get to know. So the central drivers across human, animal, and plant health, as I said, this is also only among the human species, but also plants and then animal. Then behavioral and knowledge gaps. Yes, we are professionals. We have prescribers, we have pharmacists, we have nurses. We also taught pharmacology. Are we getting the right knowledge? Are we even learning? Well, after they've taken us through our curriculum, the course, do we learn? Do we get something out of it? New protocols, new standards, are we adhering to them? So it's all about our knowledge gap and also our behavior. We want to please our clients. So we go in for the antibiotics and we either overuse it or underuse it. Then also weak IPC and low vaccination. When COVID came, IPC have been in the system for long, but it's like it's nearly died and COVID came to what? Regenerate it. Wherever you go, even when we were coming, excuse me to say, our grandma, stop and then did his own thing, and came to sit in it. Then I said, those is called big time. The pickups, all of them had sunny days. So you can imagine, just 6. The next person, next driver will come and take if it's a full car vehicle. You see, yes, so it is about our VIPs. And then there's fascination. Anyone from public health here? Yeah, so are we getting our targets when it comes to vaccination? No, we are not. So the herd immunity that you are expecting is not there. So it's also a challenge that we have to look at. Is because of those, there's what? A burden of health, public health diseases, which is a major aspect when it comes to antimicrobial disease. The environmental and quality risks. Let's look at pollution. Today, because it is drizzling, that and that, when we move from, you see, that's October, and the dust, we all know. People do their own thing by the roadside, it dries up, and it mixes with what? The soil, and when you are driving, there is also what? Somebody, you live at a place where you have maybe a poultry farm next to you, but when you go outside, it is not so. If cattle rearing, we have designated places far away from the cities, and you see them with their ranch and other things. But here, even you are walking main road, you see them. You see a pot of maybe you finish with your bamboo, whatever, you flush it, and animals are what? You see. Let's look at Nima Highway. I like tease it. I said, nowadays I think I have to stop it. Tease it. They dry the white powder, the listen. Oh God. Main road, and you see them. So it's also what's a problem. There is substandard and falsified products. Some say it's coconut. I have not checked before. Director, have you taken any of our antibiotics to get checked, especially that was asleep? It says coconut, that is inside powder. Yes, because of course we want to get our money. That's why everything, especially our mentality, is like, yes, this small thing, let's get profits from it. So we try to bring what? Substandard products. And let's see, FDAs, are they also working? Even when they come across those products, how do they dispose it of? Also, they just dispose it, people will go and then take it, and they will start mobile clinic. You see them with their bags, selling MMB. Those here, some others will say MMB. They will be selling it. That's what has to be. Then also the CAP, that is a response, that is the Global Action Plan, the response. So we have strategic objectives and stewardship in practice, which the facility, when we came from the presentation from the pharmacists, it's like you're also doing something, and then this is strategic objectives. So let's look at the scale of the crisis. As I said, we are not in good times. So why understanding drivers matters now? Let's look at the data. It is said that 1.14 million death is directly caused by bacterial what? Antimicrobial resistance. This is a study that was done. We collected data and we realized. Not that alone, 39 million projected death by 2050. By 20 what? 50. No, 39 death. If no action is what taken. That is why we are looking at the Global Action Plan. Then, potential reduction in global life expectancy within a decade. So if I have to enjoy life and maybe die at age 60, 70, 80, 90, which I don't want to cross 90. No. That's why we carry me with the sun. I don't have girls too, so you know the boys.
We are here.
So I don't want to cross.
We are very
But
good.
I think I'll still be strong and I'm praying and going. I'm praying and hoping. Yes. So it means it will be reduced by 1.8. So if it is 70, 60, it means what? 40 something. You see, look at the bedding. Then we are looking at a potential loss of US dollars. How many? How much? $1 trillion. And this money will be used for other purposes. We are talking about free primary health care as a country. We are looking for sponsorship, support, donor funds from outside. But through our actions and inactions, we are making antimicrobial to be what? Ineffective. Then we should look at the loss in 2050. In 2050, without any action taken. So, it is said that resistance is not a single problem, as I said, with a single cause. So you don't have just one action or strategy for it. It emerges from interconnected drivers across human, animal, and then what? Agriculture and environment, which is why the One Health approach sits at the center of the global response. They've done a study and we realize that indeed, if we are looking at any effective strategy, then we should look at the global action response. And we'll go through for you to see the global action response. Please, if there is any question, you can pause. If not, please, are you okay at this stage? Yes. It's going on well. Yes. That's great. So what are the key drivers of ARI? So we are saying that there is what? Inappropriate use across human, animal, plants, health. Inappropriate use amongst humans. I'm guilty of that. Anytime you see antibiotics, I'm allergic, I have allergies, and normally I also get tonsillitis. So I need something to clear, then I'll go for it. Inappropriate use. Whether I have to just take some lozenges, some warm gargle or something, I just go in for antibiotics. Even when I go for it, I don't even complete. Give them one rest. Because I think it has, it has expired. It means I didn't complete it. That's it there. You see, as health workers, community members, you pass through the pharmacy, OTC, HB. When we get there, you just tell them about your problem. You take this, add this one to you, add this one also to it, and then some of them cough. Some of them really just need local remedy. You just get your warm water, your IMC. You also have done IMC, integrated medical childhood illness. Some of them, they don't need antibiotics. Some of them, they don't need antibiotics. Temperature, hey, let's give this. It is infection, it is malaria. Then we conclude. Though we have our clinical judgment there, but the idea is to do our laboratory investigation to isolate the causative organism. So it is also a problem. Let's look at our weak IPC. I've talked about it, and the low vaccination coverage. Then environmental discharge. Look at our companies. Now we are rather moving to where the companies are, the manufacturing companies, isn't it? Yes. We are getting them closer to them. Formerly, is it industrial area? But recently, look at the flag. What happened? people have come to settle there. So we are now getting closer to the companies whereby we know that their waste disposal, some of them are through chimneys, they don't have to evacuate, some of them too, they have to pass it through sewage. But that is the case. The pipelines, people are burdened, people are digging handout walls, their water pipes are there, even under. You see what goes on. Some of the pipes are passed and they are there. You don't see it, the water, see what is seeping into. So you take every day you are saying you are having diarrhea, your family members, the community, the area that you find yourself, that you are ordering from one source of water. You see. Then also our cross-border spillover. When we were coming, we were listening to narcotic control, either the deputy director or the director. And he was talking about cannabis, the drugs. Some of them we don't grow it here, we don't process them here, but how will it get into the country where our young, the youth are using it? So our borders are porous. They bring in antibiotics, all sorts of drugs through our. Now, when the COVID came, people didn't want to pass through the border. They were using the sea, canoe boats. When you go to Nombo, by then I was working at Nombo Pram. You will there, they will say that a team from Sierra Leone, Ivory Coast, they've used the border, they want to get into the country. So our borders. And now today, if I want to get to another country, less than 8 hours, I'm there. Less than 6 hours, I'm there. Even 2 hours, I'm there. So influx of migrants and migrants, like now, movement has become what? Very, very, very simple and easier for us. And wildlife migration. Now let's look at some. When we are walking from this road, like the Krobo areas. Though it's a tourism place, but still, we are also in contact with what? Human beings. So if something that I have, I can transfer it to the animal. If the animal also has it, it can also transfer and we bring it to the community. So there's that migration of wildlife. Then also substandard stewardship. Falsified medicines bring regulations, as I said. And we are happy, Shai Osu and other places, they are really doing very well when it comes to the stewardship. So let's look at the drivers. For driver one, we are looking at inappropriate antimicrobial use, which is a two-sided problem. So it's not what? One issue. So it is what? Two-sided problem. So it is said that antimicrobial use is the key driver of resistance. If we don't continuously use antibiotics or antimicrobial, are we going to get resistance?
No.
So it is like what? So let's say it's two-sided, as I've said. I wanted to come out with something for you to understand very well. So both the emergence and maintenance of resistant microorganisms are promoted by use, and also total consumption is the critical factor selected for resistance. So we are looking at promoting its use. We are promoting antimicrobial use. Then again, people are also what? Taking it, we are promoting, we are giving pharmacy shops, dispensary technicians, nurses, everybody, even non-professionals, they are promoting it. Because, I went to the hospital, I was giving this. And last year when we came for the World Antimicrobial Awareness, you sketched a nice role play that depicted that the person has completed, not they didn't complete, but was given this and kept the leaflet or the box. So somebody also presented similar, and she handed over, go and buy this. I went to this and I was given this and it worked for me. You see, so that is the issue we are having. So one is about the overuse and misuse. We've discussed it. So they said inappropriate prescribing and OTC dispensing as I said, if we are to move from here, stretch to the end, and sample or go and verify all the chemical shops, we see the type of drugs that they have there. As if they don't have, they'll tell you that, oh, in the afternoon, I'll let somebody bring it. Then they call. Regulation, we are not monitoring. So the supportive supervision is very weak. It's very weak. They are not supposed to stock this type of drugs that they are doing this because we are not monitoring them. Antimicrobial use in agriculture and growth promotion. Anytime I spray my plants, I see that the leaves get yellow, so they are dying. Every time I have a no, it's like the driver, they just mix water, they don't calculate it, and the concentration that they don't even know. And we know that plants are for purpose. And we know from our basic science lesson, we call about what? Photosynthesis and what? Chlorophyll, what? Photosynthesis, right? Yes. So if we are misusing, how do you call these chemicals, pesticides. If we are misusing pesticides, they are all antibiotics. Then also self-medication, failure to complete courses. I've used myself and example. And I know that I'm not the only one. Then direct to consumer marketing shaping demand. Yes. So marketing is business, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Nobody wants to go to business and then yes. So anything that a person will do to please people, for people to buy, they will put in effort. So it is also another issue. Then underuse, so that is the opposite. Overuse, misuse, underuse or poor use. And I think we've talked about it. Inadequate dosing, poor treatment and errors, substandard antimicrobials reaching patients, lack of access causing partial or interrupted therapy. Then here also financial accessibility comes in. A patient is on admission. She needs maybe for this number of days, but because financially the person is handicapped, we try to purchase about 3 days. Oh, then let's go and buy it for 2 days. By the time we get one, in that time, 2 days, there's no money. Then the patients will be still on admission or be there waiting to get money to buy the rest. So there is that what interrupted therapy. The person is not able to get the number of days, 5 days or 3 days treatment. Then also important role as okay, I think it all summarizes all what we want to do. So overuse, misuse, underuse or poor access is a factor when it comes to inappropriate antimicrobial use. So we are all aware of the first one, right? Okay. So driver 2, behavioral and knowledge gaps. We've talked about it, but let's look at what is on the board. Antimicrobial use is shaped by an interplay of knowledge, expectations, and economic incentives among prescribers, dispensers, and patients. So among what? And patients. Yes. We have gone to school. We know what we are supposed to, but we don't adhere to it. We also want to meet client expectations. So then we try to meet client expectations by giving them antibiotics. Then again, it's also an economic incentive. I have a pharmacy shop. Let me stock these drugs so that people will come and buy and I'll get money. I don't want to be the parade of you could hear how much. And I stock antibiotics. I'll what? People will come and buy and I'll generate lots. So they say that inadequate prescriber knowledge. limited, that is limited curricular coverage of antimicrobial pharmacology and resistance, which prescribers reliant on commercially biased information sources. So if we don't have in-depth knowledge on the use or misuse of antimicrobial agents, we are going to still get what? Resistance. School, we are taught pharmacology, but most of you say it's very, very difficult. That's for my pharmacology, so you don't learn and know much about antimicrobial agents and its effects. We are just going to prescribe to our clients. Then patient expectations, as I said, patients who repeatedly receive unnecessary antibiotics, so-called unnecessary. We are not saying that antimicrobial use is not necessary. We say unnecessary, which means our clients need antimicrobial agents, but when we prescribe or we give out unnecessarily, then it means we are leading to what? Antimicrobial resistance. That is where the self-medication, I just go, I'm having cold, I'm having some pain in my chest, maybe I have pneumonia, I have this, I'm having some infection down there, I just go and then purchase the antimicrobial agents, be it antibiotics or whatever. Then also economic incentives, I think we've said it already, so I'll not go there. Those who manufacture these drugs, as well as the pharmacy shops, and even the distributors, they all need what's money, so they will put in all the effort. So these are the drivers that brings about antimicrobial resistance. So let's look at driver 3, weak infection prevention and local vaccination coverage. We've talked about it already, we've discussed it, and we are saying that when it comes to wash, let's look at even our schools. Even here, I'm sure you have water problem. I've seen Veronica buckets all around. Do you have water in it? Yes. You have. Then you are, yeah, that's good. But some places we have limited access to safe water. Sanitation and hand hygiene in facilities and communities also drives infection spread. Because our wash, there's a gap in our wash, so it leads to what? Infection. Then if there's infection, then it means you are going to prescribe antibiotics. But if you are able to strengthen our wash, I don't think people will get infection for us to also what? Prescribe antibiotic, or for them to go to the pharmacy shop or go to the hospital for them to be given antibiotics. As well as our sanitation environment. Then healthcare acquired infection. Director talked about it, nosocomial infections. I came with hernia operation, but I'm living with urinary tract infection, constant infection. Meaning our IPC at the facility level is not strong. If a client comes on admission after surgery or wound infection, surgery that you expect by the 3rd day, 4th day, there should be healing by first intention. Here is the case. Client is still there, the wound is not healed. It's not as a result of the client, but maybe the preparation, maybe the theater, or maybe the receiving end, the ward, maybe the staff is a source of infection to the clients. So screening, staff screening, staff screening. They're saying that staff should be screened. Yeah? Hospitals should screen that. NHI is also looking at our birthdays. We should go for what? Screening. So that we not, then we also need to adhere to our IPC protocols. So there's that cross infection, as I said, because you can be a reservoir to that microorganism. So low immunization coverage, we've also talked about it. So when the herd immunity is not there, it exposes us, especially our under 5s, to cause lots of infections and diseases. environmental discharge and cross-border, we've said it, I think during our discussion, we talked about it, that our borders are porous, people can enter through by land, by air, by sea. Some use the bush to get into the country, from Niger, from Burkina Faso into the country, and they bring all sorts of funds. So environmental discharges from pharmaceutical manufacturing, healthcare facilities, agri and municipal systems contribute directly to resistance development, a dimension that remains insufficiently addressed globally. Hospital waste, do we even segregate that? Oh yeah, you will. As for Shai, I know that Shai will always shine. I know that Shai will always shine. Yes. So we also have to look at our waste. Even final discharge. Our placenta discharge. Have you gone to inspect even the placentas and the next manager? You also have facility something manager. Oh yeah, you don't have. No, aside there's a bridge, they have somebody who's in charge, goes around. Facility manager. Yes. Midwife in charge. Assessor size, if you don't give it to the client and you dispose it, have you gone? Always the other who just carry it and then just go and dispose it. When I got to looking at the words, I cannot get into the page, so I stand somewhere and I just leave it there. Our companies, we talked about it. Yeah, we spend, we dispose them. We have a place, a designated place. Nowadays, we it's all the landfill sites and the waste was what? Full. So the Google years. And we're also encouraging them because we are paying local fuel for them to take our waste. Then also encourage agricultural spillover. There's human settlement and farming activities near waterways. I've told you now we are moving to where the animals settlement and they are also coming to our place. So now the population is such that very soon, I think we'll go and take Eastern Region. We've taken already. Every is part of Eastern Region. The Central Region. Somebody said, I'm in Accra. Remember, the person lives at Kaswa, Budumbura area. You see. So it's all a border. And as I said, even the pesticides that we use. Do you know the strength? Do you know when it dries off, the evaporation, what it causes to even human beings, animals, and other things. Then international travel and trade, I've talked about it already, the food product that they are now even bringing into the country. Recently, the floods, you saw the company as committee spenters. After that, there was a truck. And I had that business yesterday. I told my office girl that what I saw, this one is okay, but I don't feel like buying it. And I said, oh, cheap, this one, but we want it long. I said, yes, but what I saw with my is the on social media. And people are buying to say they sell it to us. And we said, oh, this shop, the things are cheaper. So that is environmental discharge and cross-border water spread. So let's look at driver 5. So substandard medicines and regulatory capacity. Said with 90% resistance to first-line antibiotics. And you are pharmacists here, you are prescribers here. And President, Coach Ramazzo, is this effective now? No. For shigellosis, found in what? 2006 during the WHO stage. But now you cannot go for these antibiotics. Please go that. Because when we give to our patients, our clients, they don't respond to this. So we have, of course, to go higher. The 98% resistance to penicillin for gonorrhea recorded in the same review, 2006. We did it and they realized that also about 98% of resistance to penicillin. So now, when we give penicillin for gonorrhea, this will not be effective. That was, yes, I remember. Let's say gonorrhea, you take give penicillin. And now it's not effective again. So weak antimicrobial stewardships have substandard and falsified medicines and insufficient regulatory capacity, especially in low and middle income. And Ghana, we are where? Oh, we are not too low to no, we are now middle income. Okay, so that is it. So hospitals resembles and resistance gaps in diagnosis. So when it comes to our hospital, we are not left alone. So when it comes to diagnosis, are we able to isolate the organism for us to get a positive organism so that we can give a treatment accordingly? Or we just sit down and then we just, or you use our clinical judgment to give a diagnosis. Then also inadequate diagnosis support, limited access to reliable diagnosis pushes prescribers towards empiric, often broad spectrum antibiotics. Yes, so I don't have the tools, whatever, to isolate the organism. Then why not broad spectrum antibiotics to clear all? Meanwhile, that person doesn't need that antibiotics. Then irrational prescribing patterns. Studies across teaching hospitals found 41 to 91% of antimicrobials prescribed were considered inappropriate. And it's good that the director said we have been put checks and balances to see that prescribers don't prescribe unnecessary antibiotics to their clients. So cross-cutting issues when it comes to the global action plan. So surveillance is the cornerstone. That's still incomplete. So you have 10% of countries reported dedicated domestic funding for their AMR national action plans. So Ghana, what percentage have they given to us? So the budget, director, make sure. Then the policy should come that yes, every facility should put some percentage of IGF into this. Then also 104 countries reported antimicrobial use data in, I think the glass is where? Which Glasgow or where?
Glass.
It's a country?
No.
Where?
Glass is an initiative by the WHO.
Okay, I think they went for a meeting and they had.
It means it's an acronym.
Oh, okay. Okay. In 2025.
Yes. It's global antimicrobial resistance and use surveillance system.
Okay. And they said it's one of 104 countries who reported on. So with us, adequate surveillance, and surveillance, we can do research, it can be what? Active surveillance and what? Passive. Data, you can collect prescriptions and be going through. We can also do research into it. So if your client is on the ward and you think within 2-3 days, the person should be responding to treatment, and the client is not responding, it's all a form of surveillance. So they said that efforts to contain resistance remain difficult. Environmental monitoring of resistant microbes and antimicrobial residues remains particularly limited, and most countries still lack well-established national networks reporting routine resistance data. So over to us. Most countries, which I know that Ghana is one of. So the responses to the framework. Each objective directly targets one or more of the drivers. Just review from behavioral change to multi-sectoral governance. As I said, it's not just one side approach. So it's a multi-sectoral issue. So the response should be multi-sectoral. So awareness and behavioral change is one. Surveillance and laboratory tests. Infection prevention is one, so our IPC. equitable access and appropriate use of drugs, then research and innovation, then governance and sustainable finance. So, as I said, we have your team in place, and we are doing a lot when it comes to governance. So stewardship mechanisms that address these drivers. One, we are looking at drug and therapeutic committees. We have them, and it is multidisciplinary. We have nurses, we have quality, we have lab, clinical director, your medical student is there. You are going by the policy, isn't it? Then treatment guidelines and formularies, we have them from time to time as an update. This year we have reached, when was the last one developed? 2017, so almost less than 9 years. Okay. So it's 9 years. Please, when, is it 10 years, 10 years? That's
2 years.
2 years. Oh, okay, so 2 years.
It's supposed to be 2 years.
So there's a gap there. Then laboratory and diagnostic stewardship, quality assured microbiology services generate the antibiograms that guide rational and targeted prescribing decision. So our decision should be based on evidence-based. We just don't use our just to prescribe antibiotics. So as I said, multi-sectoral governance and sustainable finance, our healthcare coordination, so health system is also important. Political role is also important. Then also domestic and international financing. As I said, 10% of countries report dedicated domestic AMR financing. So I think as a country, we also have to look at it, and then globally we can all be at one level. Then accountability and reporting, transparent national and global reporting, including the tracking of AMR country self-assessment survey, sustains continuous improvement, which as a facility, I think we are also doing it. So key takeaways, we said that drivers are interconnected, so must be the response, isn't it? Yes. So use is a central driver in both directions. Overuse and underuse both select for resistance, access and stewardship must move together. So we cannot leave one. If you have 3 kids, we make sure that you take all the 3 along. Then behavioral change requires more than awareness. You will be educated, you will learn, you become aware, then you adhere or you apply the knowledge that you have gained into what? Practice. That is, we are talking about the evidence. Then the more, you should be motivated to do that. Then prevention reduces the need for antimicrobials. Stronger IPs, wash and vaccination coverage cuts demand for treatment is ever required. Governance and finances sustain error fund also multi-sectoral coordination and dedicated domestic financing turn strategy into what? Lasting practice. So if health is doing it, we agree should be there, then veterinary. If you are doing it, lab should be there, nursing should be there, quality manager should be there. So it is a multi-sectorial, there's governance, leadership is also key. So thank you for listening. Any questions for me, something that you can. Yes, please.
Mine is not actually a question, but a concern. Listening to the second presenter and yourself, something keep bugging my mind. One is about disposal of antimicrobial substances, especially in our homes. We come to the hospital, we are given prescriptions. Most of the times, when these prescriptions are not completed, either we leave it at home to expire, or sometimes we flush it down drains, and directly it goes into our environment. And of late, we try encouraging backyard farming. And these are plants pick up these agents, and then we end up consuming them unregulated. Is it possible since we have community pharmacies, stroke grassroots in our various communities, I know there is a system at the hospitals where we dispose expired and waste products. Can we develop such systems for us to be able to retrieve these antimicrobial substances from our homes so that they can be properly disposed of and it wouldn't end up in our environment for us to consume it? Maybe we have to think about it.
Very, very important. Thank you so much.
In regards to that, there's a policy that in the communities they collect those medications that are not used. But the issue is you don't know what people are having in their homes. In a bathroom, cosmetic books. In the hospital, we are supposed to put a dustbin at the entrance. Label expired drug and use medicine should be done there. We tried, nothing came. The only thing is to continue engaging them when we do the outreach program. So I know the outreach group, when they go, they talk about these things. Sometimes some bring them to the facility that they don't need this medication. Then we keep it in our disposable for distraction. But we are not doing it.
So please, on that note, can we also come with a strategy whereby when you attend a client, you can ask, oh, do you have some medications that you are taking? Next time when you are coming, bring it. When you see that some of them expire, I remember I dropped. I was using eyedrop, and has expired. So we can also, that one is very easy for us to get them. Sorry, please. Somebody raised it. I would like to answer, but okay, then please.
So, in relation to the antibiotics, so ideally, when patients are being prescribed antibiotics, they are supposed to complete the whole duration or the course. Even though you tell their clients, some might not or some may not, but I keep telling my colleagues, when we tell them the benefits of taking the medication in relation to not completing it, when they come back, the consequences, they would be encouraged to complete it. By in situations whereby they wouldn't complete it. I think ideally, when you have medications like antibiotics and want to dispose it of any of your community pharmacies, when you go there, introduce yourself and tell them that you have antibiotics that you don't want to take or you don't want to use. They'll take it. No pharmacy facility will reject you when you bring it. So you please try and maybe encourage your other friends or colleagues, your neighbor who want to dispose of their antibiotics. They shouldn't just throw it into the bin or the wash and the water closet. They should take it to the pharmacy. Yes, and madam, in relation to your
so with us, this is what help with your help with. So how do we get our people in the community to know this?
yes. That's why when they come to the hospital, and especially in probably your forms. Yes.
Today is one month hepatitis
Yes.
awareness. We will chip in because we invite the community members, traditional authorities, other stakeholders.
Yes. And during our antimicrobial celebration, when we go out for programs, we also spread the news. So it's very important.
Yeah, thank you. So
There's another small way to, when we go to the wards, as pharmacists, we do something called medication reconciliation. So with the expired medication you talk about, mostly tell the relatives to bring any other medication the patient is on from the house. So when they come and they bring it, we take our time and take them out. We explain to them the reason we are taking it out of their medication.
are you okay?
Because he asked, can we do the same thing here with special? That's why, and so I can speak for hospital and also who are doing something with EPAS. So who went as far as to design a proper checklist to do some survey. It's in AMS. So it's possible that, because you mentioned that you started and it didn't work. The picture was some of these things so that we can have a learning and sharing experience. So if you know about their system, I won't talk about so much of them. Just to show you that some people are doing it and it's working. They had planned to incentivize the return. But when that comes, I was like, oh no, we shouldn't, because the people will create the corporate effect. It creates a problem in coming. So I think it's possible. I don't know how you did yours at the time. I think instead of being discouraged to continue, let's see how we can fix it again. Because if you have a bin that's not only for antibiotics but also for all medicines, it helps. So you remove the sharing is caring thing in the Ghanaian society. So I think you can go back and then do it again. It's possible. Like it's asking. You can do it.
Thank you. So I think you can also contact those who are doing it and it's working for them to share their experience.
The major challenge is for the adults, we don't have much of a challenge. The major challenge is with the pediatrics, where maybe the person is 1.5 bottles of, let's say, glucosamine. Then they finish the 1.5, then they have, what do they do with it? So we still talk to the CWC. Sometimes she is here, she talks to them. If anything, you bring it. There is public health. So bring their so that they can also talk to them, so that when they have the medicines, they will bring it. And sometimes, even our staffs, we do presentation like clinical meetings. We need to encourage it, so that the way to store medications in our fridges, because the children would like to store piece, in case something happens. Let's give emergency before we bring them. So I think we need to still continue with the public health campaign. Thank you.
I'll consult you. Sometimes they'll bring the medicine. Well, we don't need to pass. So I want to encourage that. Coming forward, because most of the tables are there. And we'll not be making effort to bring to powers. But it's good that you can. All right.
Yes, I think. All right. So Paul spoke about the fact that when clients are encouraged to send their medicines to the pharmacy, they might accept it. How well are our pharmacies informed about this initiative? Because I know most of them, when you get there and you say that you are bringing your older medications, they will look at you somewhere and probably the client will return and be like, no, this is not where I'm supposed to bring it. Especially when you go to the pharmacy, you charge this. So I think education should start now. Informing all pharmacies that are bringing such medications. Whoever it is, you need to be prepared. So education is very this pharmacy comes obviously pharmacy prices is one of the biggest campaigns now. Yesterday we held a pharmacy managers meeting, the pharmacy review meeting, and these issues came up. The challenges they are having is when you want to go and destroy this item, FDA wants some money from them. So you have to pay. So like yesterday we were saying that even the small facilities, you carry 1 box of medicine and FDA will want to charge you 500 cedis. The public district environmental equity, they also take some money. So if small thing I can go and burn it somewhere, then I'll burn it. But these things have been addressed by the society so that at least we prevent all the issues that are coming out. So we are on it small. Thank you very much. Please let's do.
Yes. So IHP's other initiative is into working with OTCMs and pharmacies. Currently, we are working with 31 districts in 6 regions. And we've had trainings and engagement on the same concerns mentioned here. And what we did with them was to link them up with the mainstream Ghana Health Service business.
and then form a linkage where one, they can refer to when they have a medical waste or shafts that need to be disposed. They have to link with the CHIPS compounds and health centers. And then, in fact, some district health directors were very receptive of this, where the public health nurses, the NOP coordinators, the referral managers, they are all into this, ensuring that the OTCMs and pharmacies send the medical waste to them to incinerate, because most of them do not even know about incineration. So currently we have a repository of a lot of OTCMs and pharmacies doing that up north and in the western region where our projects are. In Accra, in fact, the pharmacies are more than the OTCMs, and even though we do have the societies we are talking about, most of them are independent. And it is difficult to bring them together under one umbrella to say we are doing this as a district. But then when you go to the hard-to-reach areas, the decision is driven by the OTCM chairpersons or the pharmacy heads in the district, and it is easier to get them to conform in that locality. So we can replicate it, but then we should look at the dynamics of Accra or the bigger cities and then plan well on that.
Thank you very much. Please, let's. Please. So we're doing reducing the infectious disease rate.
We like talking. As well as director has said time out. She will tell you my presentation, that was my face, my page. That's okay. Yeah, we go fast, but IPC, we all know IPC, isn't it? I can tell you, we cry. This one is a targeted approach. So now we are on IPC. So we want to reduce the infectious disease burden, because we are talking about resistance, isn't it? Antimicrobial resistance. We are talking about why do we even go for antibiotics or antimicrobial agents? It's because of the disease burden, isn't it? So then we want to reduce the infection rate so that we not put our clients on antibiotics, so that individual will not go to the pharmacy shop to go and buy antibiotics and use, so that myself as a staff, you as a staff will not be what is using antibiotics. So our learning objectives, we said by the end of this presentation, participants should be able to define IPC and then AMR. Explain the relationship between IPC and then AMR. Then describe how IPC interventions reduce antimicrobial use and resistance. Then again, highlight key IPC strategies across sectors. Then finally, identify actions to strengthen IPC as part of hospitals' AMR response. So what is AMR? What is AMR? You talked about it. Yes. So it occurs when microorganisms like bacteria, viruses, fungi, and parasites no longer respond to antimicrobial medicines. They say, well, they no longer respond to what? Antimicrobial medicine. Then also it leads to treatment failures, isn't it? Yes, because complaints are resistant. So when you prescribe your drugs, they don't respond. Then there's prolonged illness because the drug is not being effective. Then disability. At the end of it all, there's disability if you are not here, because the number of this that the illness prolonged, then it means the client is also susceptible or is likely to develop any disability. And then finally, death sets in or person dies. And that's also, it increases healthcare costs and threatens health security. If our clients are resistant, definitely the antibiotics that you are giving to go a higher line of antibiotics. So there's what the costs or the burden, the financial burden decreases. Then also a facility will have to purchase or procure higher what antibiotics, and it becomes a cost to even the facility, the sector, that is Ghana Health Service, and the country as a whole. And it also threatens health security. If people are not responding to treatment, then we are not secured as a country and as a community members within Shai Osu, because when we come and they leave us, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So we are somehow insecure when it comes to AMR. So global impact, we said AMR is among the top global public health threats. So now it has become one of the public health threats when it comes to antimicrobial resistance. The impact. It also undermines progress in modern medicine, surgery, cancer care, and transplantation. All these are services that we need to offer. But because of antimicrobial resistance, look at the cancer care, our clients would see, they become what? Their immune system is reduced or is compromised. So in this infection, they are there. Like the TB cases, HIV. So then, the impact is not something that, as a professionals, we need to sit down for it to destroy our service. So what is infection prevention and control? I said this one, the quality. Quality. What is IPC?
I would say that IPC are practices, evidence-based ones that we employ to either prevent or the infection or prevent the spread.
Will you read it? So read it from the top. Please take one. We are come to the sample. So they said IPC refers to practical evidence-based practices. So it is something that's what? This is evidence-based. All the practices that they say we should adhere to the protocols is evidence-based. Somebody didn't just get up one day to what? Bring it out or tell us that say, when we do this, it will help. But it's evidence-based, something that is tested and measures designed to prevent and reduce the transmission of infection in healthcare settings, communities, animal health, and then the environment. So, as I said, it is what? An evidence-based practice that measures or design a way of what? Preventing or reducing the transmission from one person to the other of infections. So it can be among the communities, hospital sector, and then the environment or in the animal species. Please, have you taken it? Yes. Okay, so please put your snack down. Let's use it to clean your hand. This is just evidence, so physical. We are not going to put it under what? Microscope or lens. So everybody should. Then we tell me what is on it. What you see, the one that you pick, you can pick new one and compare. The goal, protect patients. So IPC, the goal of IPC is to protect patients. And patients can be a health worker or our external patients. Healthcare workers is there, animals and communities from infections. Then also reduce the need for antimicrobial use. So when we practice IPC, to reduce infection, then it means antimicrobial use is also going to what? Reduced. Please, have you done it? Yes. Okay, so the feedback. Meanwhile, right, have you done yours? It's coming later. So, you say, wash your hands. Yes, IPC. So every infection prevention is a potential cause of antibiotics avoided. True or false? IPC contributes to AMR control by preventing infections before they occur, reducing the transmission of resistant organisms. So transmission, if it is through from hand to mouth, if it is through from skin to skin, so the pathway is also reduced. Then decreasing antimicrobial consumption. As I said, we are not eating this milk, but because our hands are dirty, we are picking and then putting it in our mouth. It's also brings about infection. So when we are able to control our IPC or adhere to the protocols, we reduce the consumption of antimicrobial agents. Limiting opportunities for resistant pathogens to emerge and also spread. So IPC is something that you don't need much. And it is something that we hardly do or adhere to. So if we are able to limit the resistance of pathogens to emerge and also spread amongst us, then IPC is the golden rule to go. So how poor IPC drives AMR? Poor IPC results in increased healthcare associated infections, HAIs. It's also a greater antimicrobial use, because if IPC is poor, then it means there's infection rate is high, it spreads amongst staff, community members, wherever you find yourself, in animal species as well, plant species. So then there is a greater antimicrobial use. Then also more opportunities for resistant organisms to spread. If our IPC is poor, then organisms also get ways to spread faster. Then outbreaks caused by multi-drug resistant organisms. Then there are outbreaks. So IPC is very, very important. So the cycle is, do you know that it's a cycle? So more IPC, more infection, more antibiotic use, more resistance, then it goes again. So have you seen the cycle? Impact of effective IPC on AMR. They said, so the opposites. The other one was poor. So this one is effective IPC reduces healthcare associated infections. So what we just, the previous slide, and this is the opposite of it. This also decreases transmission of resistant pathogens. Then it also lowers antibiotic consumption, thereby improving patients' outcomes. So the risk that you give, the first line of treatment you give, patient recovers and we don't have any challenge. Patient is not put on admission for about 5 days, 6 days. Wound heals by first intention, and everybody is happy. Then reduces healthcare costs. So at the end of it all, financial burden is reduced, because you don't spend on antibiotic, you don't also be on admission for long, you don't frequent the hospital, because you are if your outcome is improved, thereby the hospital cost is also improved. So the result, fewer infections. If we are able to adhere to all these things, what are the results that we are expecting to see? There's fewer infections, there's less antimicrobial use, then there's slower development of antimicrobial resistance. But if we don't do this, that is where we will go, the cycle. Infection rate is high, antibiotic use is high, then there's resistance, then client is also So that is the opposite. This one and the other one, which one will you go for? This one. So what are the core components of IPC supporting antimicrobial resistant control? We talked about hand hygiene. So even if you are using sanitizer, we said about 1, 2, 3 cases, you need to what? Go and then wash your hand. Then environmental cleaning and disinfection. You said look at the cleaning exercise. I said how it's said I should be to my girls. In fact, we all have to prepare food and send. One container, somebody sells them, when they remove the box, she has placed it on the gutter. You can see waste, rats. So if the food is there and you just turn and then it's rat forcing, the person will not throw it away. You just pick it and then serve it to us. I have it. I was like, Ghana, Africa. Sterilization and decontamination. Our food, even our product, when we buy vegetables, how do we sterilize them? Our hospital instruments, are we adhering to the protocol, the sterilizing, the timing? Are we timing them? Or we are just pouring anything, chlorine rich, just pour. I don't have enough, so after that, don't throw it away. Then we leave it. How do we even immerse our instruments in it? Does it go deep completely for the flow solution to cover it? It is handled. So supervise please. Madam, quality. Yeah, quality. Then self-injection practices, as we also said, even after injection, how do we dispose them? It is also a challenge. Use of personal protective equipment, PPE, as I said. Ebola came, we didn't have Ebola. Come and see girls, simulation exercise, a lot. But COVID came and we started PPEs and other, but now, where are PPEs? You see a midwife, no, nothing. A midwife, no face mask. So coughing, your upper respiratory tract infection, the baby is born and this baby is affected. Then you're using it even to protect yourself. You are not doing it. You are not doing it. So PPEs. Isolation and transmission based precautions. So some of the conditions, no matter what, you need to isolate them. Do we have isolation units? Is the place airy enough? When a case is discharged, how do you disinfect the bed for the next person? To use the beddings, everything. Then surveillance of healthcare associated infections. So are we keeping track of hospital associated infections? Then IPC education and training. So our IPC, continuous education and training. We get new ones, are we taking them through? So hand hygiene, the foundation of IPC. We are saying that what it matters is that we should prevent transmission of pathogens between patient and healthcare workers. So that's transmission, whether through touching, through instruments, through burdens, whatever. We need to work. That pathway, that transmission should be what? Should be looked at. Then reduces healthcare associated infections, limits spread of resistant organisms, and then at the end we are saying that clean hands save lives and also preserve antibiotics. Clean hand saves lives and preserves antibiotics. So what are the common health associated infections? Surgical site infections. They are mostly the source of infections. And then from theater, you see that this wound is clean. But the second day, are we tracking? So is it at the theater? Is it from a staff, the source of infection? Is it from a staff? How we even manage or sterilize our instruments? Or the recovery ward? Or even dressing? Or maybe preparation before the person even went to the theater? Catheter-associated urinary tract infection, it is very, very, very common. If you are not able to, you don't know how to insert, let somebody do it for you. You touch here, you use it to touch the skin, and at the end, you get access and you introduce infection. Even the tray that we put in, are we You know, the catheter is in the first rubber, and then are we exposing everything? So our technique in inserting catheter is also very, very important. The ventilator, how often do we clean? One of us clean the Sunday, a study, and realize that the ventilators were a source of what? Infection to their clients. As long as they create this. Then bloodstream infections, bloodstream, our infusions. At times you say that, oh, clients need this guy. Then after infusion, you go and see the infusion, and then the doctor, they use it. Are you concerned harm or good? Are you concerned or good? So bloodstream infections is also challenging. So many HIAs are caused by resistant organisms and often require broad spectrum antibiotics. So with us, if we don't adhere to IPC and then we get common HAIs, then at the end, it means we are going to what? Put light on high cost antibiotics. Then it is not working, then let's say that okay, we don't know which is going to work, then let's give us broad spectrum antibiotics. They will to you can't kill it or then the rest that body will not utilize it. It's a splash out. But take time, then with time it's like Viviana doesn't even work. So IPC and antimicrobial stewardship arms are complementary strategies. So IPC is there. Complement this, your work as lab. If the laboratory doesn't run the labs well, prescriber, you will not get what results, feedback. Then you also say that, oh, they said it's Shigella. Then we give treatment for Shigella. Then the pharmacy to our doctor said we should give this. So me too, I will give. So it complements each other. So prevent infections. It also reduces transmission. Then IPC lowers demand for antibiotics. When it comes to arms, it also optimizes microbial use. It also reduces inappropriate prescribing, then preserves effectiveness of antibiotics. So it's complements or they work together. So together they form the cornerstone of what? AMR containment. So across one health spectrum, human health, we have healthcare facilities, we have communities. Animal health, we are looking at biosecurity measures, vaccination, infection prevention in livestock. Then environment, because we said antimicrobial resistance is not only in human beings, but animal. Then environment, we have the trees there, even our sanitation, waste management. So when we are able to look at all these things across these three sectors, we are able to achieve our antimicrobial use. So role of WASH in AMR prevention. We are looking at water quality. Our source of water, how quality is our water? Some people fetch from stream. Somebody said, hey, me, I drink Kirtland water. Hey, Kirtland water. I see. The food that you are eating, you go to the restaurant, the preparation. Last time I saw was it Ghana Airways or something, where they prepare their food. Hey! And the people, gosh, drinking water is a factor. So if you don't have even our tap pipe water, how safe is the pipe water? Then how much more those fetching from the stream and other things? We also what happened during how do you call it? This let's say issue. We are now putting a lot of chemicals in our water for it to be wholesome for us to consume. Then sanitation systems is very poor. So now that there's the sanitation program, we all have to be involved. Then hygiene practices is also very important. when we are able to do this, it leads to reduce infectious disease burden, reduce antimicrobial consumption, and also reduce spread of resistant organisms. So that at least health will also be what? Because when the disease keeps on emerging and re-emerging, it's a bother. It's a bother. Look at this COVID. In fact, it wasn't a good experience. So we need to be careful and look at the way we adhere to our IPs. So let's look at the Global Action Plan when it comes to IPC. So it is looking at a 10-year period, 2026 from there to 2036. So IPC is recognized as a strategic intervention to reduce infection incidence, prevent transmission of resistant pathogens, and also strengthen health system resilience, then support universal health coverage and patient safety. This is what we are looking for. Patient safety at the end. This is what? Patient safety that we are looking for. So on the GAP, the Global Action Plan, these are what it is aiming at, or the strategic interventions that it is looking at. So IPC is a key pillar for sustainable AMR attainment. And I don't think we need much when it comes to IPC to be able to implement it effectively. Anything that comes and has challenges. So we are looking at inadequate infrastructure. Some facilities are endowed, other places too. I had a picture on my phone. One chips when I was working at Nico Pram, and the lady had to be in uniform carrying water, and the water she used dispenser. I saw dispenser somewhere, or it's not a dispenser. It's CHN carrying dispenser water because you don't have. So insufficient IPC supplies, then workforce shortages. So if you are a nurse or maybe a pharmacist, there's nobody around even to clean. I mean the general cleaning, but as for the dusting we do, your work area, station area you do. But then major dusting, you have to be doing it. And then also weak sub-block, we don't have a lot of cleaners, that's the workforce shortages. Weak surveillance systems, we are not keeping track of what is going on. IPC, how often do you go around to check on people? Then poor compliance with IPC guidelines, and then inadequate funding. As I said, we don't need much, but yes, still, we need to buy some PPEs, some Veronica packets. We also need to buy what? Gloves. There are some of the things you have to wear gloves, disinfectants and other things. So definitely you need some funding. And how are they being sponsored, or where do we get our funding from? The IGF, have you made provision? This year budget, anything for IPC? Opportunities for strengthening IPC. Leadership committee, so I'm happy director said plenty. Governance system. Increased investment in IPC programs, continuous training and mentorship, which I know that's your training plan, you have it there. Strengthening surveillance systems, integrating of IPC into AMS programs, monitoring and feedback mechanisms, and then also community engagement and behavioral change. In all things, you need your times you do community level, isn't it? Your clients, you educate them, so you give them feedback, so that when they are enlightened, there is a change in behavior. So way forward, priority actions, we are looking at strengthening facility IPC committees, which you have, improve hand hygiene compliance, which I think the feedback will come from quality people. Then also expand surveillance of healthcare associated infections, integrate IPC indicators into AMR monitoring frameworks, promote wash improvement in healthcare facilities, and also strengthen One Health collaboration. So as I said, it's not just one person starts. So key messages. We are saying that IPC is one of the most cost-effective interventions against antimicrobial resistance. True or false? True. Preventing infections reduces the need for antimicrobial use. The strong IPC programs really pathogens, which I'm happy a lot is going on in our facilities. We should be doing more. Then IPC and AMS are mutually reinforcing the strategies that we put in place. Then achieving AMR control requires IPC implementation across humans, animals, and environmental sector. So in conclusion, we are saying that the most effective way to combat antimicrobial resistance is to prevent what? Infections from occurring in the first place. So if there's no infection, nobody will come in for antimicrobial antibiotics, and then there will be no what? Resistance. Strengthening IPC is not only a patient safety imperative, but also a critical strategy for preserving the effectiveness of antimicrobials for future generations. So on this note, I say thank you and waiting for your question. We talked about IPC and then how best as management in terms of governance leadership we need to support us. Your role, my role, we can say that IPC is the most cost effective, to prevent antimicrobial use, thereby also prevent from increasing antimicrobial resistance. So any question?
Or contribution?
No contribution, yes.
Contribution.
Okay, maybe once we are waiting, let me say this. I like the conclusion that the most effective way to prevent is to prevent infection in the first place. She mentioned a very important thing when she was speaking about eating from outside. I think that's where most of us our problems from. I'll tell you the story. Whilst you're thinking about the question, I'll tell you a short story that happened in Accra in 1989. I was telling one of my relations. Went to buy so when we got there, there's a long queue. We got there. Hot banku, very hot gano soup, and the shit. And from nowhere, the mice from the gutter, you can't climb the shed. Climb the shed, then got to the top, then fell into right in the middle of the soup. So the woman attempted to remove the mouse from the soup. And once she realized that, all the fat, the soup was hot. So all the fat mouse basically got removed into the soup. So she removed the mouse. Who needed to do? Then those of us who were in the queue said, it's rough. So it's rough. So when they queue there, some people they got their food, we're coming back. Another queue has fallen. Has come in front of the same place that you.
Contributions, please.
Oh, it's just like the picture going around now. I have a friend who doesn't eat chicken or he said the chicken, they are mountain chicken. So he eats only fish. Then just Monday send me a picture. He said, Happy, look at the picture, look at the picture. When I look at the picture, Tema, the bola and the way they were doing the fish there, there is exactly. I've changed out the fish. Vegetarian. So, very important. We have to be careful. Thank you very much. Thank you. Do we spend 5 minutes or we should continue? Let's stand up. Jonathan, come and give us energizer.
I'm not good at that.
Give us one. I hope you have forgotten public health is here. Give us one energizer. One energizer.
Okay, so let's go. So we are going to under the ball, under the ball.
Mouse or other?
Under the ball. Under the ball, under the ball.
Under the ball, under the ball.
Under the ball, under the ball.
Under the ball, under the ball.
Then I put it here.
And I put it here.
Then I put it here.
And I put it here.
Under the ball.
Under the ball. So that place there, where were you putting it?
Here. You are throwing it over.
So go to the next model. Strengthening AMR surveillance system and laboratory networks.
All right. So here we have the head of laboratory in the person of Professor Sparkle. So we'll do the facilitation. In fact, he's so busy, man. And for us to have him here this afternoon for me, it's an honor. So,
okay, thank you very much. Actually, I decided that it will be very sedentary. So when I come, we do some exercise. And she came in with that, which is very good. At least we have circulated on blood swim. And I'll be taking us through overview of strengthening AMR and use of cellular systems and laboratory networks. So here is what? Laboratory network. From data to decisions. So you have data, then what do you do? Decisions. How surveillance shapes something microbial stewardship in Ghanaian health facilities. I hope my lab, medical lab scientists are here. Because they have to see it is very clear.
I'm going to go.
Yeah.
I'm going to call you.
Go ahead, Dr. Alex. You can bring anyone who is free to come and get it.
Okay. So defining surveillance, a public health perspective. So always we have been talking about surveillance. And in Ghana Health Service, there's a lot of funding when it comes to public health, and especially when it comes to surveillance. So the epidemiologist John M. Lass describes surveillance as the continuous systematic watching over a health problem. You see, continuous systematic over a health problem. So that is the health problem. And you are watching over it. Watching over it to do what? You don't watch and pray. You say watch and pray. But then, as you are watching, you are collecting and analyzing data. So when you collect data, it's not enough. You have to analyze it on an ongoing basis. And it's not once, but ongoing. That's why you are always watching and praying. Then feeding the back in time to act to the people who can prevent or control it. So action now. And I always say that what? Action speaks what? Louder than words. So after doing all this and getting the data, you have to channel it to the appropriate place for action. So it's ongoing and systematic and analysis and interpretation, then timely dissemination and link to action. So AMR has already been defined, isn't it? Interestingly, I read a very good article. It's a research article some time ago. And the article says that too much cleanliness is killing us. That's what I'm saying, interesting. And when you read the article, at the end of it, it really talks about African children, how they crawl on the floor and all those things, eat some sand, and at the end of it, they are very strong, even stronger than the white people. They acquire some immunity. It's a very interesting article. But this time, we are saying antimicrobial resistance, what it is. So it applies that same logic to resistance, continuous systematic monitoring of which organisms resist, which antimicrobials and how antimicrobials are actually being used. You understand? So we have to across human health, animal health, and environmental health. That's one health. So now all that we are doing is one health. We are human, animal, and environmental. It's talking about veterinary, it's talking about environmental, even food, goes into food and all these things. So as I'm talking now, there's a workshop going on. We are reviewing some documents, and we have the animal veterinary there, and we have the environment also represented there. So AMR surveillance resistance patterns generated from routine diagnostic testing, which pathogens from which specimens and resistant to which antimicrobials, and how this changes over time. So that's another thing altogether, how the resistance come over time. And then we have the antimicrobial usage and consumption surveillance. So that one is looking at the use and consumption of data, antimicrobial data, which is prescribed, dispensed, and imported, classified using WHO aware categories. And I was making more search, and I came across something on our web. It said core aware categories. Core aware categories. Last I was saying at someone that if we remove the A at the beginning or something, if you don't take it, it is become like ovary. So key aware ovary. categories. And it's not talking about access. Number one, access. And it says narrow spectrum, lower resistance risk. Medications recommended at first or second choice. So the lower spectrum, first or second choice options for common infections. That's access. Then it comes to the watch. And it says broader spectrum agents with higher resistance potential restricted to specific or severe indications. Then it comes to reserve. It's a last resort, powerful treatments set exclusively for life-threatening multi-drug resistant bacterial infections. So I will say, so you don't have to abuse it. Actually, in some countries, they start with the highest prevalence. Then that's all. Then no resistance. They start, that's all. But we are talking about aware or worry categories. So common data sources: blood, urine, bone, stool, as genital specimens submitted for routine diagnosis, surveillance purposes, results already being generated in the patient care. To look at the relevance of AMR surveillance. What is the relevance? So surveillance, so what? Early warning. It detects emerging or novel resistance patterns before they spread widely. You understand? So when there's any new resistant pattern or any these are not emerging, sometimes we say emerging and re-emerging resistant patterns. Then guides treatment guidelines, evidence-based for empirical therapy, and choices in the standard treatment guidelines and facility protocols. Very, very important. Standard operating protocols, SOPs. Then tracked trends over time. So over time, you have to get the trend. You see, so when you draw the graph or something, it enables benchmarking across facilities, regions, and years. Then evaluates interventions. So measures whether stewardship and infection prevention control efforts are actually working. So you see. And informs policy and resourcing. So if you do all these things and then policy is not informed and resourcing is not informed, then we are doomed. So that directs funding, regulation, and procurement toward real local needs. Local needs. Local, very, very important. Then meets global commitments. Supports reporting to glass. Then we have heard about the glass already. But maybe WHO Afro and IHR obligations. What do I have here on glass? Is the global antimicrobial resistance and use surveillance. Global antimicrobial resistance and use surveillance system. It is launched by the WHO, World Health Organization, in which year? 2015. So far back, 2015. 2015. So that means it's almost getting to a century. Yes. It is the first global system to standardize and collect official national how drug resistance and antimicrobial consumption behave in humans. Glass. So glass, antimicrobial resistance, focuses on resistance patterns in common bacteria, like what? Escherichia coli, E. coli, Escherichia coli, and Staphylococcus aureus, Staph aureus. So I will say, so it means that it is good that all the lab-generated antimicrobial interventions or reports are fed into net and into glass. I remember I was in Sweden with Professor Opintam Jaffet on glass issues, and Ghana presentation was uploaded. We presented very well during that time, and since then I think we have been very effective with our net. We have a platform. Director is part of the platform. Today I think I've sent something just on the DTC platform. It's on net, and then I think it's 3 o'clock or something. So there will be something similar to AMR, similar to what we are doing. So the surveillance policy action cycle. So it's a cycle. Surveillance only has value when it closes the loop back into practice. You see? So it's so collect specimens and AMU data gathered routinely, then analyze, then disseminate, then policy, as I told you, then act, then monitor the impact, then it goes back. Is it a PD what? Cycle? PD? Yes, cycle. You see? So you plan, you do, and all those things, and then act on it. So that's a cycle, continuous cycle. So the WHO Glass Global AMR and use surveillance system. Okay, I've talked about it already. So 2015. Number 1, AMR model. Resistance data from routine blood, urine, stool, and gonococcal specimens. So what are gonococcal specimens? Where do we get them? Lab, gonococcal specimens. You try that. Prostate, massage, and other. Okay, by pathogen antimicrobial or antibiotic combination. Then we have the consumption model, national antimicrobial consumption data, classified under the WHO aware system, ORA. How we can all play ORA. Now the phones are taking over everything. So our children, we gather them to train a lot of ORA. Standardized methods, common case definition, specimen types, and AST methods. So country data is comparable. So now we are getting to the lab proper. So you have common definitions, specimen types, and AST models. So specimen types, and I always say that we have a quality assurance statement which says that what the specimen or the sample is as good as the result. So if you get the wrong sample to start with, then the result will be wrong. That's why at first clinicians were very interested in making sure that we get the right sample. Sometimes when the feedback comes, sometimes they tell you at this time of the night, take the sample at this time, because they know during the peak hours or something, you get a good specimen to work with. You understand? And okay, so maybe once I'm talking about the specimen, I will talk about this. Then if it happens in the this now, I'm not talking about it, but in the lab, we have 3 main processes which we go through when we are doing laboratory investigation. The first is called pre-analytic. Pre-examination is the same pre-examination. Before you examine, what stage? So it comes from getting the sample, taking the sample, collection of the sample. And it involves a lot of things. And that's why the lab, I hope you are going through the quality management system.
Yes, we are.
You have your lab policy document, you have your quality document, you have your handbooks, which you have distributed to the wards and other to the clinicians. Do you have it? If from here I go to another, I'll take some more time to check it, but I'll come again to check those things. It's very important because in the wards they take laboratory samples. In the elsewhere where they take samples, they should know how to take it. So we have all those things written in the laboratory handbook. You see, pre-analytic starts even for the clinician. A patient comes, then they are suspecting diabetes. Then the clinician will say, okay, tomorrow morning, when you eat this time in the evening, maybe it's 7, 8 o'clock, by 8 or this time, 6, 7, 8, go to the lab and don't eat, take the sample before. So that's fasting blood sugar or glucose. We have a random, which sometimes we want to see what is happening at one time, even when we are eating. So you see, it's very pre-analytic. It starts even from the clinician. Very, very important. Then other things follow. When you come, the identifiers, the name, the other things, that labeling and other things. So that you don't mix. You can mix in the lab, you can mix somebody result with another person. So we have this thing. Then we come to what? From pre-analytic, we come to what? Analytic. So analytic, what do we do? Now we have to check the machine, the equipment we are going to use, and make sure the equipment is functioning well. Now you are going to analyze. So if you have controls and other things to do, you have to make sure the control is working. Surprisingly, most of our tests are becoming RDTs, rapid, because the clinician wants rapid results. And interestingly, we are now also saying we have something called task shifting or something. So most of the laboratory investigations, RDTs, are being done by non-lab, and it's very risky. They are gone around to do assessment. We have the lab with TSS, artery. Most of the time, the reaction even takes place in the dustbin. I hope you understand it. What does that mean?
So what do
No, they want it very rapid. So 5 minutes, they discard it. They write a report. But meanwhile, the instruction is telling you that you should spend 20 minutes. So the reaction takes place in the dustbin. Meanwhile, the results are already gone. And the clinician is happy. He has gotten quick results. So it means that laboratory, it means that with time, you have to monitor. You know, we did a position paper on RDTs. I was the chairman of that committee. And we came back comparing what you know that, okay, we are not restricting non-lab to do because they can learn. People can learn and do. But then you have to go around and check whether they are doing that. And some of the mistakes, the first mistake is that the disinfection is not done well. And sometimes the disinfection, this is alcohol or this is not dry, then they break. And then when they break, the moment the first blood comes, they put the strip on it and it reads wrong. Tissue fluid. Sometimes when they even break, the blood is not coming, so they'll squeeze it. And another mistake is the hand is like this. You see, the hand is like the blood has gone down. So most of the time, there is a level the hand should go. Preferably like this, it's okay. So the blood flows like that. So most of the time, they don't get the blood because the hand is like this and the blood has gone and they squeeze, can use tissue fluid to give you wrong results. You understand? That is it. So you check all those things. And then after the analysis, you make sure that you write the appropriate report and you give out the report appropriately, which we call what? Post-analytic. So if you have a lab information system, which we are now working on some for the lab, it goes through the system to the doctor, the clinician, and then so things have become, so that's it. And then global reporting. Over 100 countries now report to GLASS annually, building a global resistance picture. So GLASS priority pathogens and infection prevention. So we have the pathogen, we have the infection specimen type, and we have the resistance, the key resistance cloud. So I think this one, when you get the listing, you can go through. But we have the first E. coli, Escherichia coli. Then, what did I say? Escherichia coli. Listen to them. That's it. And then we have the Klebsiella pneumonia. In the lab, the features of Klebsiella is like E. coli. They are all lactose fermenters. This I'm talking labs, the lab you understand. They are all lactose fermenters, and they are what? What color? Lactose fermenter, what color? Lab.
Depending on the treatment, sometimes yellowish or...
It's more reddish or pinkish. Lactose fermenter. But what is the difference in when you are looking at it or when you are examining? What is the difference between Klebsiella, not even doing the chemistry, but looking at it or touching it? The Klebsiella is mucoid. It's mucoid. So when you even use this thing to touch it, you see that it's like mucoid. Then that starts the thing from there. Sometimes it's larger, also small, because it's mucoid, it spreads. And although I don't want to go inside too much, but you look at where you get the bloodstream infection, urinary tract infection, and it's you use the third generation cephalosporins, and then all other things, and carbapenems. Okay, so it's like that. We talk about penicillin. So we talk about penicillin, and now we are talking about strep pneumonia. Pneumococcus, pneumonia. So we have strep pneumonia, and then Salmonella species, Shigella, and Salmonella. I remember one of my mates went to collect one when we were in school, and I think after chopping the cake and this thing, he got Shigella. So we added his name. And we added the Shigella. We added, I don't want to mention the name, some people they know him. So we mentioned the Shigella. Okay, so we have the Neisseria gonorrhea and all those things also. It's difficult to examine and get the Neisseria gonorrhea in the lab. And so some organisms, we call them fastidios and other things. I don't want to use lab things, so let me go. Okay, so Ghana's AMR surveillance landscape, what is it? To summarize it, what I will say is that we have our organogram, or we have our tiers of laboratory. And you see that at the highest point, where we have the reference labs, and then we have the research labs. Then coming down, the dam is a bigger pyramid. So the dam pyramid, maybe you say chips, you are coming chips, you don't have one, but they use 400. when it comes to health center, big, then you are coming, then you are coming. And you can see that at those down levels, there are certain lab tests you don't do. Now we have something we call DNO. DNO means that what? Diagnostic Network Optimization. Diagnostic network. How do you optimize the network, the lab network? Diagnostic network. Now recently we are talking about what? The NOPs, networks of practice. And you can see that because of that, the strategy of the lab is also to have the spokes in the hub. So the spokes are those plenty labs or plenty facilities we cannot do the test because you cannot put expensive or very complex equipment in all the labs. But you have one which you have done very well, maybe a district lab. Then the others will start. And I'll tell you the gospel truth is that from where I'm sitting, the sponsorship we are having from Global Fund, we have more sponsorship from specimen referral and transport system. And in the GCH, which will start next week, the global cycle, grand cycle 8, we have prioritized 3 lab items. The specimen referral is featuring prominently. GC7, we just started, as I'm talking to now, my people are in this level, we are doing TOT for specimen referral system. We have invited 4 regions to start with. Ashanti region, Eastern region, Northern region, and Greater Accra region. 2 from each region, and it will be a what? TOT. Then they will cascade it in the regions. Grand Cycle 8 will take care of the 12 other regions. So it's very important. So now coming back, we have the National Public Health Reference Laboratory. It's confirmatory testing. So you see, at that point, so when all the others are done, you can send it. And even we have some labs outside the country, the regional, and where sometimes certain things also go. So maybe Senegal or other things go there. So we have the Sentinel Teaching and Regional Hospitals, 16 regional hospitals. And when it comes to the public health, the regional, public health labs are zonal. So we only have 4 main zonal. Now we have the container labs, which we call modular labs. Some in water regions, Hohoe, and then Sunyani and other places, which they are under public health. So, Kolebu Teaching Hospital also is there. We were having 5 teaching hospitals, but now we have added the Sunyani Teaching Hospital to it. They also have a regular lab there. So these are the highest point of our testing. And Greater Accra Regional Hospital, routine culture, and AST. That is antimicrobial susceptibility testing. That is AST, to see the resistance and the antimicrobial you have to use. So let me inform you that Greater Accra Regional Hospital and Eastern Regional Hospital, 37 military hospital, they are one of our labs which have accreditation, not EFRA accreditation, but in the laboratory quality management system. Very, very difficult. So those labs need to be respected. To move from 0-star in the stepwise laboratory quality improvement process towards accreditation, then we have something called SLAMTA, strengthening laboratory management toward accreditation. So laboratory management, that's why next time we selected 25 labs after doing 98 assessments, labs assessment in 98 labs. We selected 25 and preparing them from out of the 25, we have selected 5. Upper East Regional Hospital. I'm just telling the network, you see the strong labs in the country. Upper East Regional Hospital, one of our strongest labs, 4-star lab. 4-star lab. That will be a slitter. This thing, they are over 80%. There. And then, whole teaching hospital. These 2 labs are already, they have done the pre-assessment, they have qualified. So by the close of this year, or by September, they will get accreditation. Then, we have selected some of these 3 labs. We have the Tekashi Memorial Hospital Lab. We have St. Elizabeth Hospital Laboratory, and then we have Cape Coast Teaching Hospital Lab, which is okay. So you see, so you come down like that. Then other PSD headquarters, the National AMR Coordination, which is very important. The National Antimicrobial Plan or AMR Plan and oversight. There should be an oversight. So that's where we have the DTC, as we are here, or DTC, AMS linkage and policies translation to surveillance data. So status and patterns. So enrolled in glass partners. The reporting AMR and administrative surveillance EQA. Standard quality assessment, very, very important. It's expensive. So now we have told our labs, we have seen that they are lacking in EQA. So we have told them that we have support. So if they are able to give us the invoices from those we have selected, then we'll be able to support them financially to be able to do the EQA. Because without EQA, the standard quality assessment, you will not get accreditation. So participation, strengthening data reliability, you see, EQA participation, strengthening the data. Key partners, WHO, USAID, although Trump is doing something else is going on. Barriers, made our leaders, they are learning, isn't it? Yes. So that's, every misfortune is a blessing. Yes, so Trump. But the US Department of Health, they are still sponsoring. I'm working with them, some of the NGOs. They are still sponsoring our this. Then persistent gaps, lab capacity, workforce financing, very important. But Global Fund once again told us we can employ some, especially TB, HIV testing and this thing. But unfortunately, I don't want to tell you stories here. So let's go on. Why local surveillance data matters? Medicine selection, stewardship, treatment guidelines, AMR policies. We have spoken about it, isn't it? So the medicine selection aligns EML formula with local resistance patterns. So the local pattern is very, very important. So please, Shai Osu Doku District Hospital Laboratory, and not the laboratory, but the hospital. Please, let's get together. Do you have a antibiogram?
Not yet.
So let's. Yes, in someone who were there this week, early this week, they have started something. But we have strong the labs which have got accreditation. You can be patient, but they can help you. I know Greater Accra, I'm on the lab platform. And sometimes you have quality manager, you have a lot of presentations, a lot of orders, so it should be easy for you, so that you can develop antibiogram. It's geographical, at least around this area and this, so that the hospital can buy, instead of buying some resistant antibiotics to most of medicine, you can establish your own antimicrobial for those things. Avoid talking against racism as many of stewardship, targets, AMS, interventions, justify restriction, measures impact of stewardship interventions over time. Then the treatment guidelines, the standard treatment guidelines, updates empiric therapy in standard treatment guidelines, and facility antimicrograms, antibiograms, guide mass, first line choices, then keeps overriding classification, decisions, evidence-based, aware. Then AMR, the policy is very important about local and national. So we shouldn't depend on too much of international, but we should have our own policy. Provides evidence for base for national antimicrobial plan and the AMR review. Informs facility infection and control policy and supports regulatory decisions, e.g. dispensing controls. So this is the last slide for this presentation. Surveillance, the key takeaways. Surveillance only matters if it acts. So if it doesn't act and you do all that, then there's no action. You don't disseminate, send to the appropriate political organs or where it will be misled, it becomes useless. Action speaks louder than words. Surveillance is continuous and systematic and only valuable when findings reach decision making or makers in time to act. There's another clause there which I like, in time. If you delay, then it's useless. So you see how we were rushing when COVID came. By then the WHO said we should use P3 labs. And this year, in the labs, we don't have P3 like that. So we started liaising, collaborating very strongly with the veterinary. Beyond the vet, they have almost all the have P3 labs. Greater Accra, Pontamale, all those things, Takrady, they all have because of this avian influenza and other things. So there are sponsorships outside the Canadian, this thing and other. So we liaised, we collaborated with them until the protocol changed that we can use the P2 lab, and they brought the glove box system and then the gene expert system. But we still collaborate with them, non-health. And now, luckily, we have also gotten some modular labs which are P3 getting across the system. Then glass gives Ghana a standardized way to generate AMR and AMU data that is globally comparable. So now we also compare globally. Then Ghana's surveillance pyramid, as I've told us, from district labs to the national reference laboratory must report consistently to inform national policy. So if you don't report, and I'm happy we are going to start our integrated national laboratory information system very soon, so that we can strengthen our laboratory information. Local data should directly shape medicines selection. Local data, treatment guidelines, stewardship and AMR policy, closing the loop from what? Bench to practice. Closing the loop from bench to practice. On this note, I want to thank you for listening. Any questions? Together through strong IPC practices, we can slow the emergence and spread of antimicrobial resistance. So please, do you have any questions? Before I do my last presentation, maybe 10 minutes. Then we can have our last slide presentation and close.
Maybe we can do them if there's question.
You want to combine? Okay. So we'll do that. That one is of quality, more of quality assurance. So that one is more of quality assurance. I bring you greetings from Dr. Bryson. The Director for Family Health. Okay, so laboratory networks, capacity standards, and quality. Laboratory networks, capacity standards, and quality. Okay, so One Health is a issue, I've mentioned it already, where we combine or work together with veterinarians, that's animal and then environment, CSIR, and all those things. So the One Health approach to building resilient AMR detection systems across human, animal, food, and environmental sectors. So the laboratory are the foundation of AMR program. So now we are about to know that every AMR policy decision from the national treatment guidelines to hospital antibiotic rests on data generated at the bench. Without quality assured laboratory testing, surveillance is guesswork. 2010, I was in US, George Bush, I think George Washington University, and there was a research funding which found out that if you don't do the lab test and treat with laboratory findings, the amount of money US government was spending, and then the resistance traits and other things. So you see that it's very important we always get it right from the laboratory, then we can treat appropriately. Because guess what, we give resistance traits and we give it will be more risk to the economy. So specimen collection, I've talked about it, correctly sampled, labeled, and transported. You understand? So if you are to transport, when you are not doing it, then it's better you use the word triple packaging. So we have a primary container which will take the specimen. Then we have a secondary container which houses the primary container, and we have a tertiary container which also we can also put parts and this is inside to maintain the temperature and control the triple packaging. So that one is something we learn. We go to school, we learn a lot of it so that we can gain international recognition in doing that transportation of this. Then laboratory testing, pathogen ID, and antimicrobial susceptibility testing. So the ID, and then surveillance data reported to GLAS via national systems, then policy and treatment, and guidelines or still was DTC decision. So in a nutshell, a weak link anywhere in this chain, poor sampling, unreliable AST, delayed reporting breaks the evidence base for the entire AMR response. So building sustainable detection systems. One Health laboratory integration. I've spoken about it already, so I can jump this line. Resistance moves across sectors. Durable detection systems must integrate laboratory data from all four One Health domains. From all four One Health domains: human health, food chain production, animal health, and the environment. A shared coordination platform, common data standards, and joint reporting connects all four sectors into one surveillance system. So we have the capacity domains for a functional AMR laboratory. We have the human resource, very, very crucial. That's the most expensive and the most needful whatever in the chain, human resource. Reagent and consumable supplies, very, very important. So we have to get quality reagents and consumables. What it means is that you have to identify your suppliers. Lab, you have the list of your suppliers. Yes. And you evaluate your suppliers so that those who are not doing the right, you remove them from the list. It's very important. Then specimen processing. I've talked about it. Then microbial identification. Then antimicrobial susceptibility testing. Interestingly, microbiology is one of our lab which has delayed what would I say? You don't have like automation, delayed. You understand? Delayed. So I remember the time we started using mini API and other things, tailor things well. The laboratory strengthening them. Then it started coming down. But then you can check your quantity of organisms you are using. You can check the turbidity, you can check other things, and it's very, very important. So trained certified laboratory workforce is very important. Forecasting and uninterrupted supply of this ASTDs. Do you know we can prepare ASTDs? So during our time, we learned it in school. So you can prepare ASTDs, you liaise with the pharmacy, and you can look at the quantity of this in the prepare the disk, you can do it. And then correct collection, transport, registration, and processing protocols. Then accurate pathogen ID. We have talked about the standardized AST methods. We have the disk diffusion method, so you pour on the plate and then you add your discs, and then you look at the sensitivity patterns, and then automated systems, and then MIC aligned, and all those things are there. These are purely laboratory. Capacity domains for the functional AMR laboratory. So quality assurance, internal quality control, very important. So within this, you have to get some organisms you have kept internally to use EQA, proficiency testing, participation, and accreditation pathway is very, very important. Then data recording and reporting, accurate, timely, and entry into laboratory information systems and national platforms. Very important. Then the biosafety. Now we are talking about biosafety, biosecurity. So it's not difficult to mention only biosafety, but the biosafety, you as a worker protecting yourself. We talk about PEP, personal protective equipment, this thing, and then now we're talking about the biosecurity, which means the organisms, the dangerous organisms, anthrax and other things you are getting, how to keep them away from people using it for other bad intentions. You can use anthrax for war, bombs and other things, and it will kill a whole nation. So biosafety, biosecurity. So risk-based practices, PPE, personal protective equipment, use of biosafety cabinets, and safe waste management. We talk about waste management. Zoom Lion was having this, but now I think Zoom Lion, are they functioning? No, it's serious. So now how do you treat your waste? Laboratory waste. How do you treat it? Apart from the distribution, there are so many things. So far as waste is concerned, at the appropriate time, we will come and see what is happening. Then, digital innovation, information technology, least connectivity, and automation and digital tools, enabling real-time data analysis. Wonderful. We are working on it, the information. So next week, our consultant will go around. We have selected 10 laboratories in the country for piloting when we finish designing the integrated national laboratory information system. So we'll go around and look at what the 10 laboratories are. And we can, later we can, from next year, if we have more money, we can spread it to what others. Then we have data set for AMR reporting, structured, standardized data set, feeding into glass engines through and national repositories. So that's the architecture. I've talked about it already, so I don't need to. The flow from the national public health to the dam there, and then the reporting, the data flow as well. Priority pathogens and infection types. So what are they? You see, you have the critical, then high and medium. So that means the pathogens which are very, very dangerous. Example, all these carbapenem resistant Acinetobacter biomania. You understand? Then enterobacterial, e.g., what? Restoration, collapse, I can see that you like it. Where they those are very dangerous. We have okay. Then the common infection types: the bloodstream infections, hospital acquired pneumonia, that's pneumonia, pneumonia, intra-abdominal sepsis. Then the high one, we have the MRSA. You see, multiple resistant Staphylococcus aureus. You understand then? All that. So we have to tailor specimen collection and panel selection in the DTC AMS protocol to those syndromes, blood cultures for sepsis, urine for UTI, wound swabs, and so on and so forth. But the key word is what? Local what? Local what? Antibiotics. Refresh rare prescribing decisions. So it's very important. Please, the hospital should take it out. So monitoring and evaluation, all those things we do, monitoring and evaluation is very, so we have to set smart indicators, specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, time-bound indicators, anchored in the AMR theory or change. So we have this sample facility MAE snapshots. You see, local 70% as against 90% the target. So it's more like in there. Then EQA participation. And this one is the turnaround time. You see, turnaround time is very important. Less or equal to 3 days. So what is happening is the target is 90%, and we are achieving 78%. We have a EQ participation quarterly. Target is 100%, but we are doing 100%. Let's clap for us. So then blood culture contamination rate. You understand? Target is less than 3%, but we are doing 6.2%. Very, very high. So that's one blood culture. You do blood cultures. Yeah. So please let it very well. Then corrective action loop. Isolates reported to glass. 84% against 95%. So you can see the global against what we are doing. We will need to corrective action gaps identified through ME, trigger supportive supervision and retraining. Trigger supportive supervision and retraining. So updating treatment guidelines with local surveillance data. So Director, updating treatment guidelines with local surveillance data. Very, very important, very crucial. Laboratory data is only valuable when it changes practice. Otherwise, if we keep it in the shelf or it doesn't change practice, then it's not valuable. The ETC is the bridge between the bench and the bedside. So we have general local data, the antibiogram things we have taught. Then you analyze resistance strains, community reviews, patterns by word and pathogen, then revise standard treatment guideline formulary, and then update empiric therapy or classified options, then disseminate and train. It's very, very important. It's very, very important. This one I don't have to rush on it. You see, what we have been doing is we do the policy, we do so many manuals, we do so many, but we don't disseminate. We just distribute. But dissemination is where you invite the people, you train them how to use what you have produced, the literature or what you have produced, and train them how to use it. But if you just distribute, you will go run a day after 1 year, and when you even ask for the document, you will not see it. They don't know where the document is. But when you disseminate appropriately and train, it's very useful. Then you remeasure impact, re-measure the impact, track prescribing change and resistance trend at next cycle. So this cycle is continuous. It is not basically just static. They leave it there. Several data should be reviewed by the DTC. So we have a lot of work, Doctor. We have a lot of work. DTC, we should review surveillance data at fixed intervals, not only when a crisis like COVID or Ebola or other things come. Key takeaways, the father slide. Strong integrated laboratory sound stewardship. So when you have strong integrated laboratories, then there is what? Sound stewardship. The laboratory is the evidence base and resistance crosses sectors. So detection must integrate human, animal, food, and environmental data. 10 capacities or capacity domains, from workforce to digital tools to AMR data sets, must be built together. A gap in any one weakens the whole system. So it's a chain. A gap is, the chain is as strong as the weakest point. Then, Ghana's tiered architecture from district, regional, I can even say sub-district, regional, national reference lab must be what? Must feed glass consistently and accurately. And last but not the least, local antivirograms should directly inform drug and therapeutic committee decisions and standard treatment guidelines updates. Close the loop from bench to prescribing. On this note, I thank you very much. Together, through strong infection prevention and control practices, we can slow the emergence and spread the antimicrobial resistance. So this they have questions.
Questions? There's one here.
Yes, thank you, Doc, for the presentation. So throughout your presentation, you the word anti-biogram kept. So I just want you to elaborate briefly on what the local antibiogram is and its significance as far as AMR is concerned. And then also, if you can elaborate on the relationship between the local antibiogram, the WHONet, and AMR. Thank you.
So anymore. So this question is very broad. Yes, antibiogram. I can say is the pattern of how organisms respond to therapy, so you can see that I mentioned is geographical or is the locality. So sometimes what we are doing is that we are even using Caucasian normal ranges and other things to treat our patients here. So it's not even only microbiology, biomatology and other things. We are using, when you go to Kenya, those high altitude places, they have very high HB because of the oxygen, lack of oxygen. So they have HB enough to you understand. And when you come to our areas, our HB is not as high. That's why they can run. then they have that capacity. So what it means is that within your locality, you can do check whether blood stream, I mentioned with blood stream, this. Target, have a target of what you want. Then you can do it's like getting over ready. Then you can do screen them, or as they come to the hospital, you can do. Sometimes you can even do retrospective analysis. Blood fatigue. Okay. Because we have not developed it. So most of the time you go and buy, I remember during the time when school, you have medication and other those things, very strong, this in hair, but you can go and buy now somebody said penicillin and those, they are not working now. But if you are able to detect around those, how to do it, the lab, you have to but more or less it's like within the locality. I can't mention the disability. You just take it program if you have a disability, and then you do it. So when you get those patterns, you can know that this pattern is normal. So far what I said with this antibiotic is normal. And so all this is special. So then at the end of it, you come to a conclusion that this cephalosporins or these ones, this type are good for our people. So when you are even going to buy as a store or as a hospital, you don't buy the ones which are because you have established what is good. And so you buy the right ones and you treat your people. But it's not simple like that. So I think that's the main message. Otherwise, unless you want any client, any other client, anymore, I think we are okay.
It takes a while to develop.
Yes, it takes a while. It's even it's like doing even turnaround time. Turnaround time, it takes a while, and there are certain factors. If they want to do it, they will read and they'll do a search. They can do literature review, and they can do all those who have done it. Now we have stronger labs who have done it. We don't reinvent the wheel. So if Kufuri Regional Hospital have done it, they are one of our accredited labs. Or you can see, I don't know about 30 seconds. They will just show you how to do it. Or you go to AI. By AI, sometimes you can't take everything. So no, it's very, very important. If you can do it, it will go along with to help us. Some other hematological normal ranges, chemistry, normal ranges, and other things. Then then those new research can also find ranges, smokers, ranges in these pregnant women, and other cases. Most of the ones we are using their application. And sometimes when you buy the kits, they will just write something, but that is not proper to your environment. Thank you very much.
So we have our last presentation for the day. Antimicrobial consumption and use surveillance.
Thank you very much.
So, on this note, we are done for today.
They are not done.
In terms of the presentation.
Yes, so in terms of presentation, they are done. But there's something we always do when we go for such training sessions. We just the message they're taking home. Take the message. What the link is. We are going to begin from the back end. All right. Okay.
I'm thinking, looking at the fabric team, and one of the team is to reduce this by 10% globally. Based on the presentation, when it comes to health, we are able to collect data. We
would appreciate it. I'm looking at the other sectors, like the DHO and the FAO, maybe other sectors, other parts of the world, they can collect it up. Now, let's take a look at our sub-region, where we have, where we have, Fulani people, nomadic, moving up and about. How are we able to get the agriculture? Because it's going to be a concerted effort where the target is 10%. So if health is doing well based on data, what happens to that sector? All right, thank you. Fine, they're also doing very well. Like Dr. Paco, like they said, one Tamale veterinary lab. If I were we had, which the feedback was that? Which the feedbacks were they tracking for us initially? Was it COVID? Yes. And so later we were able to establish those systems within our area. So they are doing well. You see, at the Ministry of Health level, we have what is referred to as the AMR expectations, which consists of all these bodies. So we have veterinary medicine represented here. They represent what animal health. We have EP, environmental protection, and authority. All right, they are there. We have what they call it, the agri sector, representing FAO. They are there. We don't have the Ministry of Health in there. So we have that body seated as the Ministry of Health, and all data relating to AMR and whatever is tendered to that secretariat. All right. So they are doing very well. Sometimes if you are not drawn too close to them, you will think they are not working, but they are working very well. I have been privileged to attend some of these meetings where you will be surprised as the data they churn out for those services. So they are doing quite well. But health has always been ahead. You get it. And how we always have it. Okay. So we'll close by every time this will be asleep. As I take on who is starting for us? Okay, so you start. Okay, so you ask your question.
So for me, what I'm taking home is I get to know that antimicrobial resistance is just one of the silent pandemics that now our eyes must go. All hands are needed for us to tackle this.
Okay. All right.
From the last presentation, what I got was that without quality assurance, surveillance work, it just gets okay. So we have to draw more quality assurance.
Yes. Okay. So, Marina, you want to tell us something? Everybody is contributing to this.
IPC is reduce antibiotics by reducing infections from us.
Oh, okay. All right. So we'll come to the topic. Right. Now we'll go to my next. Right.
Okay, so I learned and I was reminded that I took some antibiotics yesterday, which I wasn't but also learned that the cost, the financial burden for both the facility and the patient increase, and IPC is a very cost-effective intervention.
All right, thank you very much.
Okay, I also understand it takes all of us to make sure that we reduce antimicrobial resistance. But I have another concern. So just like you are here training as a health worker.
They are not training you.
We are all sharing ideas.
They are learning from you as well.
Yes, we are all doing our best.
Yes.
But you see the way you see, let's say it's hepatitis, you see all over. It's HIV, you see all over. How about AMR? I've not seen any adverts from Ghana Health on our TVs. Well, personally, I haven't seen any adverts with regards to antimicrobial resistance to the people out there. We reach some people, but we can't reach all. Especially on our local TV stations and
Actually, in Ghana, we are doing a lot, but they are working inside. All right. So when it comes to World Antimicrobial Sanitation, people do a lot, but it's scattered. You don't see that. So this year, what we are thinking of is that we are going to organize a festival. We will take a theme to identify this, identify key areas to talk on. And we are going to review and we also intend establishing an antimicrobial steering committee involving key divisions that have the role to play when it comes to AMR, the health promotion division, institutional care, nursing, laboratory, pharmacy, CPL, and all these things.
So what I'm also taking are ways to improve our efforts in reducing the unused antibiotics and antibiotics from the facility and then from the pockets.
All right. I think when we're discussing that, about medicine reconciliation, it's very important. Last week, Friday, I was in the house when somebody knocked at my door. Only that we did for the same neighborhood. Then she brought me medicine that she really did in the hospital. And according to her, in fact, she checked the BP that morning, and the BP monitor indicated that the BP was very low. So she bought the medicine. And when I reviewed it, I saw that she was placed on 30 milligram SR, difficult SR. Okay, sometime back, she hadn't finished it. She had about 5 tablets left. She went to the hospital for a review, and she was given another brand. Okay, and she was taking for. So instead of maybe taking 30 milligram, instead of taking 30 milligram a day, she was taking what? 60 milligram. And the way she described the story, looked as if everything was going down. She couldn't do anything again. All right. So for me, it shouldn't be only antibiotics or medicine. So this medicine reconciliation, it shouldn't be only, for me, it shouldn't be only at the inpatient level. Even at the OPD level, we must start talking about it. But this woman attended OPD, not outpatient. Okay. All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
What are we taking for?
Ghana is a hotspot for antimicrobial resistance. What I would say is
families, neighborhood, everybody needs about antimicrobial resistance for us to prevent a spread of resistance. Since it's been a very long time since the antibiotics have been developed, there are a lot of deaths that are due to antimicrobial resistance.
I've been told that they have to take a group before meals. So maybe one fellow from this, but then I thought it was also for the day. One person from the just want to give them. Okay. Since you're not spoken to the lady.
When there is no spread of infection, there is less intake of antibiotics.
Okay.
The antibiotics giving sometimes.
All right, thank you. So that maybe you give us a presentation.
Oh,
thank you very much. Please, let's go.
Thanks for keeping us for 5-6 hours. I'm just thinking of how we will go through this tomorrow, or how I will go through this. You don't have to choice. Okay, I'm at the front. I was resisting this training. I don't know if they told you.
No, not true.
Yeah, so maybe I don't like hiding. I was resisting this training because I thought it was too short time. Just call us and say you're coming on the stage. And you know, we are always booked for a lot of activities. So what we had to do to get this training done was my head of pharmacy had to convince me for like 3 days. It was on my neck. Initially I said no, we should find another day because we have to do another activity this week. But I guess you all have benefited from what you are being told. I have a peculiar issue with AMR. It was a study we did here, and it's published, so you can read it in Clinical Infectious Disease Journal. It was on, we did it together with, and it was a group, the AMR group at headquarters were part of us. He was involved in the study. And it was just around the COVID time. And we got a funding from a group called FIND here in Geneva. And their focus was how we can find answers on behavioral change and diagnostics. So there's a lot of noise on AMR. But if you come and tell me about AMR, I don't have any diagnostics to help me to make the decisions or an algorithm to make me to make the decisions. Then I'm still going to write my antibiotics because my patients will refuse coming back to me. So there's a component of behavioral change on health workers and on the mothers. So a group of us did qualitative on why mothers choose to take antibiotics. And this issue of drugs in the house being used by mothers came up strongly. Because they come for the medication, they don't finish it. And next time the child has fever, the drug is then they give before they come home. That came out. And then also, there are patterns of prescribers. I used to see certain kind of cases. And when they give certain kind of medications, the patients end up getting worse. So as soon as they start covering, even if you need antibiotics, I'm going to give you an antibiotic. But what changed is that we developed an algorithm. And that algorithm, we gave it to the prescribers. I don't know, Hamza, which group you belong to in that stage. That you were the control of the intervention, I've forgotten that. So we did an algorithm based on diagnostics and based on clinical findings. And then we compared the two, and then the intervention arm of the algorithm and the diagnostics. The control arm was just the control, the clinical care that you give to a patient based on what we find. And what we find was that there was 11% difference in terms of those who prescribe antibiotics based on the algorithm, and then those who use the routine. But the interesting thing is that if you come to under 5, who were a lot of the population we used for that study, then there was a 15% change or difference, a relative difference and that's if you know the antibiotic fight, because for 40 years I don't really need antibiotics. But there's a 15% change based on behavior and algorithm alone, then there's a lot of things we can do just beside forming DTCs and forming committees. Then we need to focus our mind on what can we give, especially the lower facilities who don't have access to diagnostics. They are very good point of care tests, very good algorithm that will guide prescribers on what to do when you see cases. Then that will go a long way in helping us to fight this antimicrobial resistance. So it's a good platform. We still have a lot of work to do. And then we'll see how tomorrow goes so that we can finish the meeting, and then whatever action plan that we need to develop from here, we'll pick it from here. So thank you, Director, and thank you everyone.
Thank you all very much. We'll give us the closing prayer. After the prayer, we're going to take group pictures today. Samson. Oh, we have someone here. Please give us the benediction.
Father, we began the meeting today. We thank you for your marvelous help. We thank you for understanding. We thank you for all our instructors and facilitators that have taken the journey to carry this knowledge. And we commit tomorrow's gathering also to you and to be able to be successful and impactful. We thank you for a successful day. In Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. So please we'll go to the front of the hospital. While we take the pictures. So let's go.